So good morning. I welcome you to our last day of the conference, and I'm happy to introduce to you our last keynote speaker, Professor Ermenegildo Bidese. So perhaps I should say Professor Dr. Bidese, as he holds a PhD in philosophy awarded by the University of Frankfurt, and a PhD title awarded by the University of Verona in linguistics. So, and with his PhD thesis work, he introduced a research topic he is still pursuing today, I would say. So that is, he investigates so-called German minority languages in northern Italia, spoken by speech communities whose ancestors left the inland German-speaking territory in the Middle Ages and have been since then surrounded by Romance, or in the case of northeastern Italy, also by Slavic varieties. He is especially an expert of the Cimbrian variety, Cimbrisch, which is still spoken in the small village of Lucerne, situated near Trento, and Trento, Trient, don't know in English, is also the city where he's working at the university as a professor for German language and linguistics. Of course, he publishes a lot, he has published a lot. I only highlight 2 volumes now here. So the first one has the title, Die diachronische Syntax des Zimbrischen, published in 2008, and the title already shows where his focus lies. So on the one hand on grammar, structural grammar, syntax, and on the other hand also on the historical dimension, that is language change, which in the case of the varieties he studies is likely to be shaped or promoted or slowed down by language contact. The second volume I want to mention is Sprachkontakt Generativ, which is a volume where he also models from a theoretical point of view language contact processes. He's not only a researcher, of course, he's also a co-founder and co-editor of the journal Evolutionary Linguistic Theory. And last but not least, he is also a prize winner, I would like to say. So I just mentioned the prize he was awarded by the Deutsche Akademische Austausch Service, so known also as DAD or DAD, the Jakob and Wilhelm Grimm Prize last year, and for outstanding researchers in the field of Germanistics. So I'm sure now we are all very eager and excited to hear his talk today, which is titled Genetic Waves and Aerial Waves in the Germanic Romance Language Contact Region in the Northeast Alps. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much for having me here, and thank you, Barbara, for this introduction. This is the roadmap of my talk today, basically consisting of 3 steps. In the first step, I will say something about the topic I'm dealing with in the talk, namely language contact from an aerial perspective. And of course, aeriality is a continuous phenomenon, is a continuous entity. In the second step, I will introduce the concept of parameters, and parameter is a discrete entity. So we have discrete categories and a continuous phenomenon. And I will try to reconcile this idea, how to deal with the problem of discretum, so discrete categories, and continuity in the areality. And in the last part of my talk, I will show some applications of the proposal on two situations, the situation of German minority languages in Italy and the situation of Romance dialects in northeastern Italy. And I try to revisit some old ideas of propagation of linguistic phenomena. This is, as I said, a very, very old topic, going back probably to the ancient Greek philosophers, how to reconcile a continuous word through discrete categories. Okay, let's start with the first step. According to Peter Muiskien, when we deal with language contact, we should distinguish four aggregation levels according to the locus of bilingualism. If the locus of bilingualism is the bilingual person, the bilingual speaker, then the phenomena are probably in a time of 50 years, and the data that we can collect are, of course, typical for this kind of phenomena. If the locus of bilingualism is the community, then we have a larger time span and another approach to the data. But I will deal with the third aggregation level. This is the geographical region. So the bilingualism is not in the person. The locus of bilingualism is the territory, not the community, not the person, but the larger geographical area. And of course, we have a much larger time span, basically 200 till 1,000 years. Historical linguistics is the discipline that deals with this data. So now, this is probably a typology of language contact which scholars became aware of first. I bring here a citation of Dante Alighieri in the Middle Age from the Vulgari Eloquentia. So Dante Alighieri was basically a linguist, and he speaks about the vernaculars of Trento, Turin, and Alessandria, and he says, "And yet I affirm that Trento, Torino, and Alessandria are cities so situated on the borders of Italy that it is not possible for them to have pure languages. So that even if they had beautiful, that ugly vernacular of theirs, I would deny that it was truly Italian because of its mixture with that of others." So I'm not going into the detail of the ideology of purity and impurity, of course, but what matters here to me is the idea that the more you move from the centers to the borders, the more, let's say, impure, the more mixed is the language because of the mixture with other languages. So many centuries after Dante Alighieri, Wilhelm von Humboldt in his book über die Verschiedenheiten des menschlichen Sprachbaus aggregates the similarity between languages in different steps. And the first one are languages that share the same, or let's say similarities in the grammar. So Sprachen, in welchen Gleichheit oder Ähnlichkeit konkreter grammatischer Bezeichnungen. So they show the same, let's say, similarities in the grammar. And they belong to the same Stamm, which is in German for phylum. So they belong to the same family, let's say Germanic, versus Romance, Slavic, and so on. But there are other languages, welche ohne eine solche Gleichheit konkreter grammatischer Bezeichnungen einen Teil ihres Wörtervorrats gemein haben. So they share not similarities in the grammar, but in the lexicon. And of course, we know this is not the autochthonous lexicon, but the functional lexicon. So there are languages in which similarities occur not in the grammar, but in the lexicon. But this is not the autochthonous lexicon, this is the functional lexicon. For instance, discourse markers. So, and Nikolai Trubetskoy in 1923 formalized the insights Humboldt's, introducing the notion of Jazykowoje so language union translated into German with Sprachbund, linguistic league. Okay, here an example of convergence in a reality. We have the language Macedonian Turkish, which is spoken in the Balkan region and compared with Turkish. And the pivotal phenomenon here is the word order. So Turkish shows a OV word order, and the subordinate clause precedes the finite clause. So he wants to go, nik mek is dior, the finite clause is after the infinite clause. And interesting, Macedonian Turkish develop another word order, basically a VO word order. So this is the pivotal phenomenon, and this is of course very similar to the word order that we find in the same region. So all languages of the same region show the same word order. But interesting enough, the strategy in order to concretize the introduction of the subordinate clause is very different from language to language. So the idea is we have a pivotal phenomenon, convergence phenomenon among all the languages of the same region, but the strategy in order to implement this pivotal phenomenon is different from language to language. So this is the basic idea. Superficial convergence, but the single strategies by the single languages are different. So, for instance, Macedonian Turkish didn't develop a complementizer. All the other languages show an overt complementizer in order to introduce the infinitive clause. Okay, now we will get into the northeast of Italy. It's one of the most important hotspots of linguistic variety, of linguistic diversity in Europe. There are 3 official languages, Italian, German, and Slovene, of course in different parts of the area. There is one major German regional dialect in the province of Bolzano, Bozen, South Tyrolean, one major Romance dialect, Venetan, one major Rheto-Romance regional language, Friulian, and 6 Germanic, 4 Slavic, and 5 Rheto-Romance minority language. So a very, let's say, a region that is very rich in languages and language varieties from many families and from many typology. Okay, now, of course, the idea of a Sprachbund, of a language area has been invoked to explain phenomena also distributed among different languages in the Alps. Here is a volume published by Livio Gaeta and Guido Seiler with the title Alps as a Linguistic Area. So that's the idea that we should find similar phenomena among the languages in this area, of course, with each language applying its own strategy. And this is what we found in our works. Here, a publication with colleagues of mine. If we take, for instance, one specific phenomenon, this is called the violation of the dead trace filter. I'm sorry, I'm going a little bit technical now, but the dead trace filter, I will try to explain that. It's, let's say, the possibility to extract a WH pronoun from the embedded clause. So this is the idea. In English, it's not possible to say, who do you think that has read this book? Because that stopped the transfer of the WH pronoun. It's a very technical phenomenon, and it's very specific. And this is also not possible in German to say, wer denkst du, dass dieses Buch gelesen hat? But in the languages of this area, we found this possibility against the German typology. So in Bavarian, for instance, it's possible to extract the WH. So it's possible to say, wer morscht, dass das Buch gelesen hat. And the same in Cimbrian. This is a Germanic variety spoken in the region. Wer glaubst du, as da habe gelesen diesen Liber, in Timavis, and the Italian dialect. So the idea is, let's say, the same we saw in the example of the Balkan region. We have a phenomenon spread among different languages, but each language has its own strategy in order to, let's say, to realize this phenomenon. So the pivotal phenomenon is the same in the same region, but the strategies of the languages are very different. Okay, now I will introduce the idea of parameters. And parameters are discrete entity. This is an example of a parameter, a null subject parameter, the possibility to drop the referential subject in a clause. Italian is a language with pro-drop, with the dropping of the referential pro. So in Italian, it's possible to say arriva, of course. English doesn't have this possibility. So in English, you cannot drop the referential subject, John, he is coming. But this idea, the parameter has many other, let's say, correlates of this phenomenon. We have a core phenomenon and many other correlates of this phenomenon. So if a language shows referential drop, then this language should show other phenomena connected with this parameter. For instance, a language like Italian, not having pro-drop, doesn't show expletive element. So in a sentence like, for instance, adesso è chiaro che non verrà, now it's clear that he won't come. In this case, it's not possible in Italian to have an expletive element. It's like, for instance, in German or in English. And the same for meteorological verbs. So a language with prodrop doesn't have expletive with meteorological verbs. So piove, but in English it's raining, and in German es regnet. So, and the last example is with a post-verbal subject, arriva un uomo arriva, arriva un uomo, and in English we know we have another expletive, there arrives a man. So English has two lexical expletives, it and there, and Italian has no expletives. And this is a correlate of the null subject parameter. So the idea is that null subject parameter is not only a pivotal phenomenon, but also a phenomenon with correlates. The third correlate is the violation of the dead trace filter, the very technical phenomenon that I explained before, chi credi che verrà, so that's totally fine in Italian, but it is not in English. And the last correlate is the possibility to invert the subject. So in Italian, è arrivato il tuo amico, with the subject at the end of the clause, after the verbal complex, and this is possible in English only in very marginal cases. As for example, there arrived a man, but you can say there arrived your friend. So now, when we try to use parameters in order to show families of languages, then we get some matrix here. This is a work by Cristina Guardiano and Giuseppe Longobardi, and they write, we have encoded the diversity of nominal structures using 94 universally definable binary parameters set in 69 languages, spanning across up to 13 traditionally irreducible Eurasian families. We found a phylogenetic signal that distinguishes all such family and matches the family internal tree typology. So the idea is using parameters, you can confirm the old philological aggregation of the language families. So parameters are a good mean in order to cluster the language families. So, for instance, it's possible to see the traditional families, here the Romance languages, here the Greek family, here the Germanic languages, then the Slavic languages, and so on and so on. And these all are the Indo-European languages. So using parameters, it's possible to confirm the traditional philological interpretation of the language families around the words. So, but using parameters, so with parameters, you can capture the genetic signal of the languages. Languages with the same grammar, with a similar grammar, clustered together using parameters. Parameters is, we can use parameter in order to classify languages. That's the idea. But if we look closer, this is the Romance family, language family. This is the Greek language family, and then we have the Greek dialects spoken in Italy. And of course, they cluster together with the Greek family, but they also show similarities with the other languages of the same region. So if we compare the Greek dialects spoken in southern Italy, of course they cluster with the other Greek languages. This is the genetic signal, the vertical signal coming from, let's say, the Stamm in terms of Humboldt, from the same family. But they also share similarities with the languages spoken in the same region. In this case, with the dialects of southern Italy. And in particular with Salentino, which is a very typical dialect in southern Italy, and with the Calabrian dialect. So we have, let's say, two signals. The vertical signal coming from the Stamm, from the family, from the genetic of the language, and the horizontal signal coming from the area, the areal phenomena. Okay, now I will try to propose a new concept of parameter. Let's assume that a parameter, the idea was to reconcile discretum and continuum. So a parameter is a discrete category, okay, plus and versus minus, but a reality is a continuous phenomenon. How can we put together these two instances? My proposal is to see a parameter not expressed by a single syntactic value, let's say plus null subject or minus null subject, Italian versus English, but rather as a discrete surface in which there is a parameter choice that represents the nucleus of the parametric space and other correlated sub-values that are distributed the farther one moves away from the center. So the picture tries to represent this idea. So we have a core of the parameter, let's say minus referential, this would be English, so you don't have the possibility to drop the subject. This is the pivotal phenomenon of the parameter, but then distributed in a discrete space, you have the other correlates of the parameters, and they are distributed around the nucleus of the parameters. For instance, you must have expletives, or you don't have the possibility to invert the subject at the end of the clause. So my proposal is, let's assume that a parameter is not just a binary option between minus null subject or plus null subject, but is like a discrete surface in which there is a nucleus of the parameter and the other correlates are distributed around this nucleus. And of course, the farther one moves away from the center, this kind of correlates can interfere with other correlates of another parameters. So that's the idea. And here are the single values. The idea is you have a pivotal phenomenon, and the correlates are, let's say, distributed in a discrete space around the nucleus. Okay, this is basically a revisitation of an idea proposed by Johannes Schmidt in his book Die Verwandtschaftsverhältnisse der indogermanischen Sprachen. So Schmidt criticizes the tree metaphor of the Indo-Germanic languages because he observed that one change, for instance, in one branch of the tree can spread to the other branches when the other languages are in the same region. So the idea that you have not, let's say, only a genetic wave, but also a horizontal wave coming from the territory. And he proposed, of course, another model, another metaphor for the Verwandtschaft, so for the familiarity among the Indo-Germanic languages. So that's basically a very similar idea to my proposal. So, and here I try to systematize this proposal in a publication with Alessandra Tomaselli and Romano Madaro. So let's think about two languages with two different concretization of one parameter. For instance, here we would have Italian and here English, and then when they are in the same territory, of course, the different parameters begin to interfere to each other. And of course, some phenomena, some correlates of the core value begin to change. So this is the idea that we have two different parameters, but there is an overlapping area of linear word order. So the two languages begin to interfere, and there is an overlapping area, but this overlapping area concerns not the nucleus of the parameter, but the correlates of the parameters. So that's the idea. Of course, usually this is idealization. In real life, we have usually one language, which is a prestige languages, using more power on the other language. This is only idealization, but in the real life, the interaction of the two languages is very different, of course. Okay, and now we try to find some application of this proposal, and the first application, the first situation to apply this idea are, for instance, West Germanic dialect continuum. So there are two, let's say, consequences of our idea. We have usually dialects that build a chain in which each dialect is connected with the next one, and the more distant the dialects are, the more understandable the dialects are. So the idea is, if we take parameters spreading over a territory, then we get many dialects connected to each other like a chain, but each dialect shows a slightly different application of the parameter. So this is typical for instance, the High German consonant Chef. We know that this phenomenon started in the south of the German territory and spread towards north, but with single steps. So the southernmost dialects show a full implementation of the change, but the more you move towards north, the more distant are the implementation from the nucleus. So this is the emergence of so-called Sprachräume, so linguistic areas. So let's assume that a change starts here in the south, and then you can see this change spreading towards north and let emerging Sprachräume. So different implementation of the parameter, different implementation of the change. And this is what we get, what we have in the German minority languages. So you remember that Peter Muisken at the beginning showed that contact phenomena in the areal in the geographic area take place in a time span of 200 till 1000 years. So when we go back to the Middle Age, then we can see that the German-speaking territory in the Middle Age expanded greatly, mostly toward the east, so in this direction, but also towards south, following two immigration lines, the Brenner Pass and the Blöcken Pass in Austria. So in the Middle Age, we have a big immigration of German-speaking people coming from German territory in northeastern Italy, following two big immigration lines. And the result of this massive wave of migration is the formation of numerous German minority communities south of the Alps, which are scattered along the two main routes of immigration. And some of these communities have survived to the present day. Okay? So, and then we can start to analyze some phenomena in these communities. It is interesting to catch the OV-VO word order. This is the phenomenon that we want to investigate. And starting by Cimbrian, the southernmost German minority language, and we can see that Cimbrian has a clear VO structure with limited possibility of OV. So, Heut, die Mama hat die Piatten gewäscht. Today the mother has washed the dishes. The German word order, the inherited word order would be die Mama hat die Piatten gebäscht. So this is the typical OV word order. But this dialect doesn't show the OV word order anymore. The only possibility to have OV word order is with an indefinite pronoun. Ich habe niemand getroffen, but it is not obligatory. So the southernmost dialect of this region shows no signs of OV word order, which would be the German typical word order. The next dialect, Mokeno, has another implementation of the OV-VO word order. So it's possible to have the object in the middle of the verbal complex, but only focus marked. So I can say, heute der Hans hat a Puach kauft. And this is in order to say not something other. This is the focus marking. So in this dialect, it is possible to have the old German word order, but only in a very specific context with focus. The next dialect, Saurian, is possible. There are both possibility of V and VO without no focus marking. So it's different from Mokeno. Mokeno only with focus marking, but Saurian, there is no this context. So it's possible to have both possibilities. Timavis and Plodarish, the northernmost varieties, show a OV, basically a OV word order. So, thank you. The idea here is we have a parameter of V or VO, but these parameters spreads in a very different way, but showing a implicational hierarchy. So the southernmost variety shows a VO word order with some residual of V word order, but the northernmost variety shows a OV word order like German. So the idea is a parameter or a change in the parameter space started in the south, and we can see the implicational spreading of the change among the languages in the territory. Okay, so that's a solution in order to reconcile the idea that we have a parameter, let's say a discrete entity, spreading in a continuous territory. A reality is a continuous entity, but the parameters is spreading in a discrete way, step by step. Okay, now the last application, the Romance dialects in this area. It's interesting to say we focus on the single Germanic minorities, but we can show whether there is or not, let's say, a signal of the German-speaking people, even in the Romance dialect of the same region. So you know the film, the Life of Others, and this would be, let's say, the film, The Language of Others. So the last signal of the German immigrants in the Romance dialect of the region, okay? And we collected many data into different projects. The first one, Vinco, Varieties in Contact, here, and the second one, AlpiLink, Alpine Languages in Contact. And we collected many data from that region, so we have a good coverage of the phenomena in this territory. And in a preliminary study by Tomaselli and myself, we observed that these dialects show, let's say, an unexpected phenomenon. This is the expletive with meteorological verbs. So you remember that a prodrop language should not have expletive. Italian is a prodrop language, and it has not expletives. But these dialects are Italian dialect, Romance dialect, and they show expletives with the meteorological verbs. So I can't say, like in Italian, piove or nevega, so it's snowing or it's raining. I have to say la fioca. It has snowed. So I must put a expletive with meteorological verb. And this is totally unexpected from a prodrop perspective. And another phenomenon that we investigated is the post-verbal subject, el marco, in this sentence, and the use of an expletive connected with the post-verbal subject. So these dialects have expletives, very unexpected in comparison with the other Italian dialects. So, and in these preliminary studies with a bunch of dialects, we show that there is a spreading, and in this case, the dialects that have the phenomenon are in the north, and the dialects that don't have the phenomenon are in the south. So we have a spreading of the phenomenon from the northernmost varieties to the southernmost varieties. Now, a technical implementation of this idea was put forward with La Zizzera, a colleague from the physics department. We have the distribution of the single dialects and the single localities. So blue are the localities in which we have the expletive, and red are the localities in which we don't show the expletive. So you can see here the northern part of the region shows more blue points than the other part of the region. So in the north of this area, we have the dialects with the expletives, and in the south of the area, we see the dialect with no expletives. So let's say German-like is blue, Italian-like is red, okay? And then with this colleague from the physics, we develop an idea transforming these single points in a map, okay? With interpolation, so we used a Python program in order to obtain a map showing single heights. So the idea is like geographical maps in the mountains, and you get the blue line are the territory in which we have the expletive, and the red line are the territory in which we don't have the expletive. But in this case, we can show the transition from the dialects in which you don't have the expletive and the dialect in which the expletive appears. So this is the territory with the expletive. This is the territory without the expletive, but look at that. We can model the transition from one, the blue line, to the red, to the blue line, using this contour line. So this would be 1, this 0.9, 0.8, 0.7, 0.5, and so on till 0. So we have a transition zone, a modeling of the transition zone. And then we can compute gradient lines. So gradient lines are the steepest descent lines that orthogonally cross any contour line. So this one, this one, and this one, and this one, okay? And with these methods, we can compute the single penetration of a phenomenon in the other territory. So we have 1 and 0, but computing the gradients line lines, we are able to show, let's say, the spreading of a phenomenon in the territory with 0 expletive. And then we can get some numbers, of course, and comparing the numbers. And of course, this is the work of mathematicians and my colleague from the physics, but I have to try to interpret that. And it's interesting to see that, for instance, for meteo verbs, for meteorological verb, we get 13 kilometers, but for another value of the parameters, we get another number. So the idea is comparing the single numbers, we are able to show, you remember, the distance from the nucleus of the parameter, because the sub-value of the parameters is spreading in the other territory, and then we can really try to imagine and to explain why, for instance, for the value meteo verbs, the meteo verbs is more spreading than another sub-value. So going back to this idea, just for conclusion. So where is my proposal? Here. No, the next one. Oh, sorry. So that one. So we can get a feeling of the single sub-value of the parameter using the spreading of the single sub-value of the parameter in the territory. This is the idea that we tried to put forward in order, let's say, to understand a very old problem, namely to reconcile discrete categories, and a phenomenon spreading in the continuity, so in the areality. That's basically the whole story. I thank you for listening and for your patience.
So we have time for questions.
Well, thank you for an absolutely fascinating, inspiring, and refreshing talk, which we all need early in the morning on the third day.
Thank you.
I think that your initial question, how do we reconcile discreteness with continuity, it's basically about how do we reconcile similarities with differences.
Okay.
In a way, that's the core question of linguistics. You know, how do we, languages are similar, but they're also different. And in a sense, is the key question to human existence. You know, we're all similar and we're different. So it's got a core epistemology here, which you touched on, and I'm always fascinating when I've been following some of your work and your colleagues for some time now, and I'm fascinated by the region, its history, and your team's ability to use the technology of visual representation, which of course makes everything lively. That said, the concept of parameters in linguistics was introduced actually in order to create an abstraction of language. You could say to take language out of its human context and away from the human dimension. And to create an abstraction similar to mathematical computational modular systems. Parameters don't have a life of their own. They don't take decisions. So why do the parameters spread in the way they do? What's behind it? What's the mechanism that triggers the alternation of the setting of parameters in real life? And how does that fit into the theory, to the model?
Yeah, well, I would say this is the social linguistic part of the research. I mean, of course, people are interacting with each other, and we know that we have to understand to each other. And of course, there are convergences. And I would say, in order, why is a parameter spreading? And well, this depends on the prestige, for instance, of a language. But actually, there are some borders that cannot be crossed, I would say. I'm not a fan of the idea that anything goes, that anything is possible. So every parameters can be transferred from a language to another language. I would say there are an overlapping area in which we can see some superficial convergences, but at the end of the day, we have two different languages. So a language with prodrop or with no prodrop. Of course, we take English and Italian because they are neat, a very neat example of two different realization of the parameter. But in the real life, there are some overlapping areas. So I would say that's the big question. So why is a parameter spreading from a language to another? I would say because people are interacting to each other, are talking to each other, and there are some convergences. But my question would be, are these convergences structural or more superficial? And what I see in the German minority languages is that they have their genetic parameter setting, but in some sub-values of the parameters, they have lost this parameter setting, but not the genetic parameter setting, but some sub-values of the parameter. So going back to your question, that's a big question, and I would say, yeah, parameters are spreading because the interaction of the people, because the social linguistic part of language, but we have also to see that there are some boundaries, some that cannot be crossed by the transfer of parameter.
Okay, there are a lot of questions.
Okay.
I go in order.
Thank you very much again. I agree, it's a very stimulating and inspiring paper. Again, I'd like to follow up Your Majesty's question related to parameters. And that is, why use parameters at all? And I can count three, what I think potential problematic areas. One is that, in any case, you find exceptions with parameters. So in the case of pro-drop and expletive, Welsh is an exception as well, because it has pro-dropping expletives, especially middle, early modern periods. Second, does it potentially undermine, if you have continuity in parameters, could it potentially undermine the generative model of language acquisition and resetting? So in the sense that a child has here's a trigger material, and the base sets a parameter, and the grammar falls together on the basis of that. So if you don't have to have these features co-occurring, then why? Then you can't just have parameters sometimes applying in one way and sometimes not, because then you don't have universal grammar anymore.
Yeah.
And the third point related,
okay,
more specifically related to Your Majesty's question is that parameters are abstract, and so it's very hard to envisage them acting as like a social linguistic variable, which means it's hard to see the parameters per se as diffusing. Potentially, if you have a parametric model, you can envisage certain features being adopted, and when you have a convergence of, say, a trigger material, then a parameter resetting takes place in a language, in a context scenario. But I see it's hard to people adopting an abstract feature which can't be observed, directly observed,
Okay.
in a change scenario?
Thank you so much. There are many big questions. So I would say, why parameters? So the idea is that we get an implicational scale. I think you can deny that. So if you have a language with, we can discuss about the pivotal phenomenon. We can say why expletive or why referential prose. Okay, I'm agree with that. But I think you can deny that there is an implicational scale in a language, and then if you get one phenomenon, then you get a bunch of other phenomena correlated with this phenomenon. So this is basically the idea of parameter. And I tried to propose, let's say, a different concept of parameter, not like a binary option, plus versus minus, but assuming a discrete surface in which these single sub-values are connected to the nucleus, and of course we can discuss about the phenomenon of the nucleus. I totally agree with that. But nevertheless, the other sub-values are connected with this core of the parameter. So that would be, let's say, for me, a more useful concept of parameter, not like the proposal of Chomsky at the beginning. So you get one parameter and then many languages following this one and the other languages following the other one. I would say this was probably the first idea or the first intuition. I would try to put forward the idea of a discrete space in which parameters can interfere with each other, and you have an overlapping space. So, and that I don't see the problem with language acquisition with this proposal, because of course you can have an Italian dialect with expletives. So with a plus value, sub-value of expletives. So I would say we should elaborate a concept of parameter. Maybe this is my education in linguistics, you know, but I'm not very let's say, I'm not, I would try to keep the idea of parameter, but understanding this concept in another way. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, there are many questions, so please, I would like to ask you to be concise and to limit yourself to one question, okay?
Yeah, thank you for your paper. How does your proposal relate to the Robert's Biberauer proposal, where you have like micro, meso, and macro parameters?
No. No, I would say this is another proposal. You remember the idea of Schleicher and Schmidt with the tree metaphor and the wave metaphors. So I would say, interpreting Biberauer and Roberts, they are more in the line of Schleicher and in the line of the genetic distribution of the parameters, because they have some branches and some trees representing this. And I try to use the other metaphor, the metaphor of Johannes Schmidt using waves, because in this way I can model in a better way the distribution of the parameters. So you don't have a binary choice and then another binary choice, but a discrete space. So it could be an alternative proposal to that of Roberts and Biberauer. And the meso-macro are, for me, the distribution in the discrete surface. So the distance from the nucleus. And of course, this is only a linguistic modeling, and this is why I try with my colleagues to use numbers in order to see the distance of a single sub-value.
Thank you, it's very interesting, and I would be curious to know whether you also have correlations to demographic data in the past, whether, for example, you have, from historical sources, knowledge of formerly Italian-speaking people who have adopted a Germanic language, or if the attrition always went the other way.
Yes, this is a very important point. I have a part of the project concerning with historical data, and but it's not easy to get some sociological information about the communities. We know that the German-speaking communities were scattered around, among the whole territory, but it's very hard to understand, for instance, in Verona or the Vicenza, in the single cities, whether the German population or the Italian population were the majority or the minority. So, yeah, but this is a crucial question. We can collect some linguistic data from the text from the past and see if a parameter, let's say a realization of a parameter, meteo verbs against another sub-value, are still there or not. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for a fascinating presentation. I like your idea of using the parameters to classify the Indo-European languages. So, but maybe one would not need the term parameter for that, but just call it features or something. And
yes.
Well, I would see problems with the kind of variation in the language to use it for explanations of language change. If I analyze Old English, for instance, I see also it is definitely non-prodrop, but you find examples of expletives or no expletives, and then how should I classify it according to a parameter, and how would I explain why it develops in one direction or in another direction? That's where I see problems with the approach.
Yes, thank you. That's a fascinating question. Of course, I stress the contact evolution, the context-based evolution of a parameter, of a feature. But of course, there are changes also language internal. For instance, English was a V2 language and changed over the time into a minus V2 language. And this is, of course, well, in the case of English, that's a hard point, because probably the influence of other languages were very systematic, and the change was induced by the contact with other languages. But nevertheless, also for Italian, we can see that there was a stage in the history of Italian in which we have V2, but not the typical Germanic V2. It was a V2 motivated by the semantics and the informational structure. So coming back to your question, it would be interesting to apply the concept of parameters as a discrete surface also to diachrony in order to see whether or not a feature or a parameter can change. And maybe if you change all the sub-values, then you change also the core value. That could be a solution. So you have to change all the sub-values, and then the language became another, let's say, develop another parameter. That could be one possible scenario. Another possible scenario would be that the sub-values are in place, but the core value changed. For instance, that could be the situation in Gothic. So in Gothic, you have some sub-values, but not the core value. It's not a V2 language. But there are some preliminary steps for V2. And then, going from Gothic to Old High German, you have the change of the parameter, because Old High German is a V2 language. So we can imagine a step in which some values are changing, but the core feature is still negative. And then in the next language step, diachronically, you see the change of the core value. So that could be a tentative answer to your question.
Thank you very much for this very fascinating talk. I'll try to be very, very quick. This is some sort of a follow-up to the proposal by Bieberauer and Roberts. So I was just wondering whether implementing and adding an additional step related to some more recent developments of parameter hierarchies could be perhaps useful just to prove language contact. What I intend is primarily the work by Adam Ledgway and colleagues who have attempted to formalize language contact through showing that there could be an abrupt jump through parametric space. I know that this not necessarily goes hand in hand with your story, but other than that, Adam Ledgway has also implemented some sort of feature geometry as a parallel approach. So there could be, let's say, two different approaches, but what they have in common is that there could be an abrupt change through parametric space, and that could be some proof of contact. I think that could potentially solve some of the issues that have come up also during this Q&A session, and that could be maybe just an additional step to say, look, this is a way to formalize language contact, perhaps.
Yeah, thank you so much. The first proposal by Bieberauer and Roberts concerned standard languages and the parameters among standard languages. And Adam Ledgway and colleagues are working more looking at the contact between the languages, for instance, in southern Italy. And thank you for the idea. I will look at this solution, because I could imagine that it goes in the same direction with my story. Thank you.
Okay, so unfortunately we have to stop. Thank you once more very much for this inspiring talk. So, and where are the next speakers? So we stay in the same area, The next talk is from Caterina Saracco, and she will talk about Germanic Romance language contact in the Western Alps, model verbs and modality in the teach language of Gressonei.
Okay, good morning. Thank you for being here. Thank you. I would like to thank also the organizing committee for this beautiful meeting. So today I will present an overview of an ongoing study on modal verbs in the Walser community of Gressonei in the Aosta Valley. And this research is part of a broader investigation into contact-induced change in minority languages in the Western Alps. And today, this study focuses on how modal verbs behave in a setting where a Germanic variety, in this case the teach language, is in a prolonged contact with Romance languages. So this is the structure of my presentation. So I will begin with some historical background. Then I would like to show you the development of the linguistic repertoire of this community over time. Then I want to focus about our study on modal verbs and why we choose modal verbs. Then I describe our corpora, so the climal corpus and our questionnaire. Obviously, I want to illustrate you our preliminary findings and discuss with you our future research. So, the Walser of Gressonei speak teach, which is an Alemannic variety of German, in a region, the Aosta Valley, otherwise dominated by Italian, French, and Franco-Provençal. Historically, this community was relatively isolated from its Romance-speaking neighbors. Its main ties were with the German-speaking areas of Switzerland and the South Germany, particularly before the 20th century. Things changed significantly after the unification of Italy. We had political and infrastructural integration, including roads, for example, a national educational system, and the growing of tourism in the Alps. All these things reoriented the community towards Italy and the Pianura Padana. Over time, the contact with German declined, while the exposure to Italian, French, and the local dialects increased. And this shift affected the linguistic repertoire profoundly. Until the early 20th century, the community used literary or standard German as the high language and teach as the low but only spoken variety. After the unification and before the fascist era, both Italian and German were considered as the high languages, while Teach and Piedmontese were the low varieties. The fascism, as we know, prohibited the study, the use, the study and the teaching of German and also of any other minority languages in favor of Italian. Post the Second World War, Italian and French were replaced as high languages, while Italian, Teach, and Piedmontese function as the lower varieties, a situation that lasted into the 70s. Okay, our research so investigated whether and how sustained contact with Italian has reshaped the teach system of modal verbs. Our group approaches this matter from a contrastive perspective, comparing the modal systems of teach, Standard German, and Italian. Our focus is not on syntax today, so we speak not about syntactical changes, such as verb second positioning, but rather only on semantic and pragmatic aspects of modality. We base our findings on two primary data sources. First, the CLIMOLP corpus, developed at the University of Turin, which offer a rich set of teach texts written by the community members over time. Second, we created a targeted questionnaire to probe modal usage in contexts not sufficiently represented in the corpus. So, modal verbs, why modal verbs? Modal verbs are central in the morpho-lexical systems of all the Germanic languages and serve as a diagnostic tool for analyzing contact phenomena. Compared to German, as we know, Italian has fewer modals, for examples, but their interaction with mood and tense is in a special way more complex. Teach, on the other hand, retains, as we know from the standard grammar of Favre Squindo, retains 6 modal verbs: hunnu, torfu, velle, mugu, mussu, and zollu. However, these verbs in teach do not behave exactly like their standard German counterparts. In fact, they often show patterns of use that align more closely with Italian, particularly both in deontic and in epistemic contexts. And these suggest an ongoing, slowly but ongoing restructuring of modal system under the influence of Italian. Our CLIMOLP dataset includes more than 600 teach texts with more of 16,000 sentences. From these, we observed this distribution of modal verbs that you can see here in this slide. And let's now consider some findings from our data. In this slide, I present the initial results concerning the expression of the semantic domain of potere, so to can, in teach. These are the data regarding the modal verb mugu. The data from the corpus reveal its deontic usage in formal registers, partially converging with the German use of mögen in high formal context, and mugu in teach exhibit semantic overlap as the German mögen with können and dürfen. Crucially, the modal mugu lacks the extra subjective deontic force aligned with the usage of mögen in German, again in very high formal context. Furthermore, mugu encodes volitive modality, as we know, in both indicative and conditional moods, supporting a dispositional reading that remains potential rather than actualized. However, it does not express epistemic modality. So mugu does have not this possibility. Next, torfu, the equivalent of the German dürfen, expresses permission and can appear with negation. But when torfu appears outside the scope of negation, the construction may convey necessity, so a shift which we can see also in German. But epistemic uses of torfu are not found in the corpus. Turning to hunnu, these modals indicates the dispositional ability or possibility, especially with animate subjects. It can carry epistemic or deontic meanings, and its strength depends on whether it is used in the indicative or conditional mood, as we know, with the conditional corresponding to the weaker modal force. But since the corpus only partially captured the speaker usage, we administrated a questionnaire to 11 native speakers, and each participant translated 45 sentences in Italian containing modal verbs into the teach language. All participants had high competence in Italian and Piedmontese, though most did not write regularly in teach and were unaware, unfamiliar with any formal standard of teach. And here there is an example of 2 sentences of our questionnaire. So from the questionnaire we gathered some key observations. Mugu was rarely chosen, even in context where it was expected. It was absent from volitional contexts, which instead featured Welle or the periphrasis giere he, so gern haben. Torfu was not used to express necessity in negative context. Instead, speakers used forms like need hunnu. And torfu did not appear in epistemic or permissive context. Hunnu filled those functions consistently. Let's consider hunnu again. So while it still encodes the dispositional possibility, some speakers opted instead for the periphrastic locution emstan sie, so to be able to. Then when we asked the participants to translate Italian sentences in which potere has epistemic value, we saw that teach mirrors Italian in handling the interaction between modality and negation. In Italian, potere can appear inside or outside the scope of negation, In German, this second possibility is possible, only with a morphosyntactical shift, so with the conjunctive zwei. Our teach data show that when hunno is inside the scope of negation, the modal verb mirrors the Italian verb mood. So conditional and presence when the modal is inside the negation. But when hunno is outside the scope of negation, the selection of mood is less predictable, often defaulting to indicative. We also examined how epistemic modality interacts with negation in interrogative sentences. Here, a morphosyntactic shift occurs because in 6 out of 11 responses, when the modal was inside within the negation in a question, speakers replaced the modal with the lexical verb followed by a modal particle, by a modal adverb, typically gre, maybe or perhaps. And in other cases, particularly when the modal was outside the negation, translations included either gre plus the lexical verb or the modal verb in the conditional mood followed by the negation. And here we have the two possibilities with this modal particle gre, which means perhaps or maybe, with the verb vergesse. Okay, so let me now conclude with a brief summary. So, torfu appears regularly in the corpus with a permissive value. However, in the questionnaire, the dürfen, können distinction found in German is not maintained because potere with permissive meaning is consistently translated with hunno. Mugu is nearly absent, even in volitional context, and replaced by velle or periphrastic constructions. In declaratives, teach allows modal to appear either inside or outside the scope of negation in both indicative and conditional moods like Italian, but unlike German. In interrogatives, modal particles like gre are preferred when the modal is inside the negation. And these findings point to a slowly but a clear restructuring of the teach modal system under the Italian, under the Romance influence. And here some brief points for the future research. Obviously, we have to investigate the domain of dovere, so must, because it seems that also in this case the use of zollu is declined, because it seems that also in these cases the dichotomy müssen, sollen, which we have in German, is not more present in the teach language. Then we want to investigate more deeply the connection between the interaction, of tense and mood in the teach language to express modality in a global way. And then a brand new study about these modal particles, which have also in the teach language In particularly, the particles expressing doubt, the doubt who is speaking like gre, but we also have and app from Switzerland. So, thank you for your attention.
So we have time for a few questions. 2, 3 questions. Yes? Okay. Who first?
Thank you. I have a question and potentially a follow-up question. So you seem to imply that the change or the remapping of semantics to the individual verbs is the outcome of a contact development, but I'm not sure you said that directly, or maybe I missed it. So my first question is, do you think that there is a contact development here, that the semantic value that you broke down of the verbs and the change is impacted by the contact with Romance? And if that is the case, that's the follow-up question. If that is the case, then why do you think, what is it that makes modal verbs prone to contact-based semantic change?
Mm-hmm. Okay. So, yes, we think that Italian can and is changing the model system of teach, but not only Italian, also Piedmontese and the local dialect have an influence of the modal system of teach language. We want to investigate the usage and not the morphosyntactical structure of the modal verbs, because we have found that the usage, so the epistemic or deontic modality, is converging to Italian and to Romance languages, also in the selection of the modal verb. For example, hunnu or mussu to express necessity and possibility, like Italian and Piedmontese, but unlike the German, who was the high language of the repertoire until the 70s, for example. And yes, we have only partial results because we have to read carefully the results for dovere, but yes, as we have the completely lecture of all the data, we can have an answer to your question. Okay.
The second part of the question was what motivates, why modal verbs?
Why? Sorry?
The second part of the question was why? What motivates convergence specifically with modal verbs?
In this case, I cannot give you a completely answer because I want to investigate also the modality as a global phenomenon, because only modal verbs can give, in my opinion, a completely answer to your question. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the talk. My question is whether or not it's better to show at the old modality in, let's say, older stages of German than to compare teach with the standard German now. So because the modality is a very central category in the Germanic languages, as you said, but the modality changed during the time, and it could be interesting to look at older stages of the modality.
Yes. Yes, we consider also the historical changes about modality in German, but we selected only the meanings that appeared in the German languages, in the German language, obviously, for the modal verbs, in the stage when the German language was the high language in the repertoire of the teach community. So other types of meaning was not selected for this study. So this is the historical part of our research. But yes, this is a crucial point, the historical shifts of modality, yes.
Any more questions? No, so I think.
Thank you.
So, still in the Alpine region, the next talk is from Sabrina Bertollo, Romano Madaro, and Alessandra Tomaselli. And they are talking about German relative clauses in contact with Romance, a way towards non-prominent strategies. The floor is yours.
Thank you. So before we really start, I would like to provide you with a brief overview of today's presentation. We will first present strategies for relativization across the Alps and the 3 factors for variation we will consider. Then we will present our 4 research questions and present 2 contact scenarios. The first one in which there is low pressure from the contact variety, and the second one in which instead there is a strong pressure. And then we will duel on the case of Cimbrian, which we think is particularly insightful to understand the phenomenon which is going on. And we will also try to see whether the pattern which we reconstructed for contact scenarios between Romans and Germanic in the Alps also hold in other contexts. So we will investigate what happens in relative clauses in Paraguayan Mennonite Low German, and try to draw a trajectory for relative clauses in contact situations. So we have already seen these maps in the first presentation of today. You see we focus in this case on the Alps, and you see the red arrow is the one which indicates the area of Cimbrian, which will be important, as I mentioned, and then the blue arrow which points to the Timavis. So the first question is, do relative clauses follow a German-like model or converge towards the Romans-like one? So is there a conservative pattern or an innovative one? Just to be clear, what we see is that in German and in Italian there are 2 different relativization strategies. While in German, in Standard German, we see an obligatory pronominal strategy with the use of D pronouns, which are inflected for gender, number, and case. In Italian, we have the che element, which is basically a non-inflected element, which remains the same regardless of the reference. So in German, we have der Mann, der die Schuhe verlor. In Italian, we have something like l'uomo che ha perso le scarpe. We hypothesize, following Boas et al. 2014, that there are 3 factors for variation. The first possibility is that the donor strategy is maintained. The second possibility is instead that the contact strategy is implemented, is adopted. And the first possibility is that a third-way strategy emerges. And we will see on the basis of the data how these 4 possibilities are actually to be found in different varieties. So our 4 research questions, the research questions which triggered our investigations. The first one is, are relative clauses resilient in contact situations? Is it possible to define a degree of resiliency for relative clauses? And the third one, can we identify a specific pattern for every contact situation? And the fourth one is, can we try and outline a trajectory in the relativization process under the pressure of contact? So as you see, 4 research questions which are bound to one another. As I mentioned at the beginning, there are 2 important contact scenarios. The first one in which there is low pressure from the contact variety, and the second one in which the pressure is particularly strong. The first scenario is instantiated by South Tyrolean varieties, for instance, the area of Bozen, in which, of course, Italian is there, but the pressure of Italian is not that high. And what do we see based on the data of Meranese? We can say that the donor strategy is maintained. Basically, what we see is that the T pronoun is still there. And here the second contact scenario, which Romano will present in more detail.
Thank you, Sabrina. So let's switch to the second context scenario in which we have a stronger pressure, not only by Italian and regional Italian, but from Italo-Romance varieties as well. Gildo and Caterina already presented you the area and the social linguistic implications, so I don't really have to do that. We will see the data from Timavese as a core example in the sense that relativizing strategies for Timavese can be extended to all the other varieties which are highlighted here, with the only exception of Cimbrian, of course, and we're going to see that. So, when relativizing strategies are taken in consideration for Timavese, you can see here that we have no D pronoun involved in relativizing, but instead the way to introduce a relative clause is by the use of a complementizer. In that case is as, which is the same complementizer also for embedded declarative, is the das, that in English, and is used also for relative clauses here, and has no gender, neither case or number inflection. So there's no inflection at all, it's a complementizer in its pure nature. And it's the same for subjective relative, for subjective relative and objective relative, non-subjective relative as well, with the only exception of the possibility to use a periphrasis with the second example here with dasein as the one that. In that case, you can have dasein, which takes the inflection, gender, number case, but it's not mandatory. The sentence works well and is well formed also only using the complementizer, the as a relativizer. It's interesting to know that if you look at the Friulian strategy, it's really the same strategy, and it differs not only from standard Italian, in which with oblique case you would have alla quale you gave a book, to the one you gave the book, but also from regional Italian, which you will have a clitic resumption within. You will have just the che with le che le hai dato, that to her you gave the book. So a difference, and it just mirrored the same structure here with Timavese and Friulians. So as you can see, the core point is that here we have a Romance-like strategy, but with Germanic material, so the Germanic complementizer, and with a Germanic structure, so an asymmetric structure being a subordinate with the modulo, the position of the verb, as you can see that, which say lower in the Timavese structure. So it's the same, I'm gonna go really fast on that because it's the same for all these varieties as I was saying. So it's the same for Mochino and Walzer and Plodarish. They all use a generic complementizer to introduce the relative clause here. So given that these varieties are not really good documented historically, diachronically speaking, we decide to look whether there is an instance of contact or it was really present also in older stages of High German, in this case from Middle Bavarian, from the northeastern varieties, and Middle Alemannic for the Walzer varieties here. So we looked at the data, the texts from the reference corpus. So we selected a subcorpus of varieties. We know the period in which these varieties detached from the Germanic core and the specific language area where the settlers came from. So we created a subcorpus in this sense, and we try to look if there was anything strange in these texts. Of course, we found just the regular deep pronoun strategies for Middle Bavarian, for instance, and the use of vo, va in this case, which is also spread in the Alemannic varieties, is not a deep pronoun and it's not sensitive to gender or animacy effect, of course, but it's not a complementizer itself. So it has the WH traits which make it a relativizer as for standard Germanic. And it's still present, synchronically speaking, in the Bavarian varieties, which are in inland German, and as well for Alemannic varieties. But no complementizer strategy found, so it's a contact, a convergence towards a contact strategy. So let's switch to Cimbrian, which wonders me anytime I look at it because it has really interesting strategies. So when we speak about Cimbrian, we have to make relative clauses in Cimbrian. We have to make a first distinction between restrictive relative clauses and appositive relative clauses. So restrictive relative clauses, as you can see here, are introduced by this complex relativizer, the bo-da, where the real actual relativizer is bo, which is linked to the antecedent, and da is an enclitic pronoun. I won't really go inside the syntax and the core properties of this da. Let's say that da shows up anytime that the subject is not in its specialized position in Cimbrian, which is at the very left of the finite verb. So of course, when in subordinate clauses, the subject is not at the very left of the verb, as in root clauses. So in any subordinate context, you will have this da showing up. So it's linked to the subject syntax, and it just goes in enclisis to the relativizer, which cannot stand alone in Cimbrian as a single relativizer, and differently from as for Timavese, which is a complementizer but can work well alone. Bo can never stand alone, and it's important when we are going to look at the diachrony of Cimbrian. Of course, when we have another kind of clitic elements, such as for subject elements, such as for the third sentence here, is a third singular pronoun, that just doesn't appear, and you have just bo with ze. Bo cannot stand alone, and you will have the clitic pronoun in the third structure there. There's just a summary of what I was saying. So the real relativizer is bo in this case, while da is linked to the antecedent, while da is linked to the syntax of the subject, so the nominative case assignment within the structure, just to say. So Bo, we found bo also for Alemannic varieties, inland Alemannic varieties, so we can say that it's not a contact, it's not a D pronoun, it's not, but also it's not a contact strategy, but it's a German-like strategy in this sense. So switching in a positive relative clauses, the situation becomes really different, because you will have this K relativizer, which is a direct borrowing, let's say, from the Italo-Romance strategy, the use of K, and directly used and inserted within the structure. And let's say you will have here a formal systematization of the difference between the K one side and the as complementizer and bo relativizer on the other side. Let's say that K actually, even if it's introduced a subordinate clause, it's not really a subordinating element, but it's a para-subordinating element, because it will involve the main, it does not involve an asymmetric word order as it would in Standard German or in other West Germanic varieties, but it just replicates the structure of the root clauses. So you will have verb second with K. So you have two systems here, one which subordinating systems here, one which involves symmetric word order, and this is the K, and the other which involves the asymmetric word order. So a dual strategy in this sense. Given that Cimbrian is a little bit better documented for diachronically speaking, we decided to have a look at the ancient out texts for Cimbrian. So we have here 3 texts which represent 3 different stages in Cimbrian diachronical development. So the first one is the Christliche und kurze Doctrina. It's not really kurze, actually, it's not really that short, but this is an early 17th century text. So as you can see here in the main text of this old Cimbrian, let's say, the use of D pronouns was still huge. And the only instance of ba as relativizer is used in the preface of the book. But in all the other cases, you will have a full D pronoun strategy. So in this specific period of Cimbrian history, you had a German-like a proper German-like strategy, a D pronoun strategy. Switching to the second edition of this Christian doctrine, so the Aklonia Katechismophon des Belozeland of the early 19th century, you have no more the D pronoun strategy, but you instead will have this ba, or which is the same of bo in modern Cimbrian, with the only exception that it stands actually alone. You see no clitic pronouns, no necessarily da enclitics, so it was, let's say, self-sufficient, which is a crucial difference from modern Cimbrian. And the same applies in an early 20th century, where you still have this ba, also with da, but it also with instances of ba staying alone. So there's, let's say, erosion in terms of D traits for the relativizer is a pretty recent innovation in Cimbrian system. And in this specific test, we also shows up the first instances of K subordinative elements, which in this specific test, in this period of time, it would use only in specific contexts, which are with perception verbs, like I see that, I hear that, and for all the other embedded declarative context, K was used, the introducer was as the German like complementizer. In modern Cimbrian, the situation actually not switched, but let's say that K has gained much more usage in terms of context, of subordinating context, and have seen a reduction in terms of users. So the insertion of the Italian-like complementizer is much more widespread. And that's just a diachrony, a more iconic image for the diachrony of Simber, and you can say, well, a development in terms of relativizing strategy. And now I leave the floor again to Sabrina, which will present the bonus strategy, context scenario, and some remarks, final remarks.
We saw that contact gave rise to different results. So in case of low pressure, we had the maintenance of the original strategy. When the pressure is high, we have basically the adoption of the item we find in the contact area, so this as equivalent to the Italian K, and then this third way strategy in Cimbrian, which is more complex. And as I mentioned at the beginning, we asked ourselves, and what about contact scenarios outside the Alps in other Romance-Germanic contact scenarios? So what we did was investigating what happens in Mennonite German in Paraguay. So in this case, the contact language is not Italo-Romance, but it is Spanish. What we see there, based on the MEND corpus, is the use of a generic form VAT, which still has some WH traits, but is not inflected for animacy. We can find VAT regardless of the fact that the preceding element is animate or inanimate, and it is the only possible introducer of relative clauses. So even if we take into consideration a referent like man, we find this VAT. And we ask ourselves, is it a further instance of contact, because we do not find this VAT in these relativization contexts in standard German. So what we did also in this case was not just looking at standard German, because it could be not insightful enough. What we did was looking at the variety, spoken or written, because we had written sources, by the settlers who moved from inland Germany, from current Germany, to Paraguay. What we found in the corpus was a prevalence for D pronouns, which were really the most employed strategy. But interestingly, we also found this VAT, which was far less documented, but still present. So what did we hypothesize? A possible interpretation of the data, which we find in current Mennonite Low German in Paraguay, compared to the varieties from the settlers, is that VAT was already a possibility in the donor variety, but it was in competition with D pronouns. What happened in the contact scenario with Spanish, in which we have this K, we had an overextension of the pattern of VAT, which became the only possible strategy, basically eliminating the possibility to use the original D pronoun. So what we saw also in the case of Mennonite Low German is that the original relative clause strategy was not really resilient enough to maintain the D pronoun, but having already the possibility to use another form at its disposal, the pressure of the Spanish variety pushed towards the overextension of this strategy. So if we want to come back to our initial 4 research questions, we can say that the pressure of Romance is a trigger for adopting the strategy used in the contact variety, or to develop a third way strategy. So the pressure of contact shapes the degree of resilience of relative clauses. There's not a unitary tendency, but there are different degrees. So there is a continuum ranging from the maintenance of a D pronoun strategy under low pressure, as we saw in South Tyrolean, to the use of a fully complementizer, a fully declarative complementizer, which, this is a crucial point, as far as we know, is not a possibility in inland German to create a relative clause, so we cannot say at any rate that it was diachronically already there, so it must be the result of contact. And we also tried to draw a trajectory. In this continuum ranging from a fully pronominal strategy to a non-pronominal strategies, we find different steps. So in Standard German, we have a full pronoun, a full D pronoun. In Tyrolean, Bavarian, and Alemannic, we have still D pronouns, which in the case of Alemannic, but also in Tyrolean, can compete with forms like wo, for instance, which are not differentiated for gender or number, but still preserve some WH traits. We then have the forms we find in Paraguayan German, so that also in these cases we have some pronominal traits, so WH traits, but no difference as far as animacy is concerned. Then we have the case of Cimbrian, which is kind of mixed because we have this bo, which is not really pronominal, but we have a kind of resumption of the wish to resume the D traits, the pronominal traits, which we have originally and would otherwise get lost. So we have this mixed strategy, okay, non-pronominal strategy, but resuming somehow of D traits connected with the subject. Then we have Germanic varieties like Timavese, Mokeno, Saurian, Ploderisch, in which we have as, the equivalent of that, but only used as complementizer for declaratives originally. So no WH here, and the overextension of the declarative pattern also to relativization. And the final step, so to speak, is the borrowing of the Italian lexical item che, so the Italian form, which crucially emerges in non-restrictive relative clauses, which are different to relative clauses, to restrictive relative clauses, because they are less integrated and they probably offer a bridge to enter the system. So that was it, and these are our references, and we thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. So we are a little bit late, but there is still time to 2-3 questions.
Just a quick question about your slide, the trajectory of relative, yes, this one. Am I right in supposing that bo in Cimbrian is cognate of the German wo?
Yeah,
okay.
Right.
So it's somehow it still has some WH strategy.
Pardon?
So it still belongs to the WH strategy.
Somehow, yes, but it is more keen to be a complementizer because it doesn't really have pronominal traits in it.
Yeah, so somehow like that in
the key is the presence of the enclitic da.
Yeah, that's it. What is
it cannot stand alone, so it's not a proper bo or bo in this sense, as you can find in Alemannic or in Paraguayan German. The difference is the presence of da is mandatory in order to realize some features which have probably been lost within the relativizing system.
So it's somehow mixed.
Yeah, mixed.
Thank you very much for this really fascinating scenario you showed us. I just wanted to say that in Pennsylvania Dutch, there is the same generalization in plain, I'm speaking about plain Pennsylvania Dutch, of us to relativizer, a general relativizer, and strangely, there is apparently, I think, because I just started to look at this thing in my corpus, we cannot leave it out. So it seems to be that from English. So this would be the first intuition, so contact phenomenon. But it cannot be left out as it can be often in English. So yeah, it's quite an intricate situation to decide if it's really contact or if there are other things coming in too, influencing the development. So it would be interesting to compare.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we also looked at the data of Pennsylvanian German, but not enough to insert them in our presentation. My intuition, my tentative intuition, is that it is actually a result of contact with English. So we have the borrowing of this kind of that strategy. But it is not a complete adoption, a full adoption of the English strategy. So, since in Germanic varieties, in German varieties, not Germanic varieties, in German you can never drop the relative pronoun. It's a kind of step in between. So you borrow the item you can have in English, but you cannot drop it because you couldn't drop your own proper relative pronoun in your original variety. That's my tentative intuition.
If I may just elaborate a little bit on that, it's also interesting to maybe think on the context strategy in the sense that it might also, but it's just a degree of speculation, we were just talking about that, that the K, the Spanish K, actually differs from the Italian K in terms of WH traits. So it might have somehow preserved this use of that in the sense of a possible relativizing strategy. So, but it's just a speculation. We are in the domain of speculation. We have to look at that.
My question is if you guys have thought about the role of Guarani in the context of Paraguay, if that was taken into consideration, because I mean it's a relevant language in the country. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, we really haven't gone into it yet, but it definitely can play a role. It is a third factor. As far as we know, it is, of course, a language which is there, which is spoken there. I'm not totally sure whether at a social-linguistic level those speakers are really, truly in contact with Guarani, although it is, of course, a language of the linguistic space in which they are. So we kind of didn't insert yet an analysis of Guarani because we didn't think it would play a decisive role in the change.
Okay, so the last question, really last question. Sorry.
So I really like the way you've brought together so many different scenarios to compare and sort of set up this hierarchy. Some of your research questions, though, rely, I think, on some kind of metric of pressure. You talk about the situations where there's a lot of pressure from a contact language and others where there's not. Do you have or will you propose some metric? How do you determine how much pressure, or if there is pressure, from the languages that are in contact?
Well, at this point, it is kind of qualitative, based on social-linguistic qualitative descriptions, but so basically, the number of bilingual speakers in the area, so how many of them are really proficient in the two varieties, or the level of prestige of the two varieties. For instance, for South Tyrolean, it is quite clear that speakers of South Tyroleans are kind of protected from the influence of Italian in the sense that Italian and the local varieties do not really enter. We see that not only for relative closeness, but in many different phenomena in the language. While in the other varieties in which we have high pressure, we see, for instance, phonological influence from the contact variety, which we definitely do not find in the scenarios in which there is low pressure, many more lexical borrowings, for instance, and many more speakers who are actually bilingual in the two or more than two varieties. But as I said, at the moment, it is more kind of qualitative, but it would be definitely interesting to measure it also with quantitative parameters, so as to say, well, what does it mean to be strong, middle, or low in terms of quantities? Thank you for your suggestion.
Okay, unfortunately we have to stop here. So we thank once more to Sabrina and Roman. And as I already said, we are a little bit late, so we have to shorten a little bit the coffee break, and I would suggest that we will meet together here at 11:40. Okay, 20 minutes only break. Thank you very much.
So hi everybody, and welcome again to this second session of our last day. We will start now with a presentation by Giulia Melli from the University of Milano. Her presentation is Contact-Induced Innovations in Piedmontese Sinti of Southern France Verbal System.
Hello. So I will deal with some Piedmontese Sinti of Southern France, and I will present some innovation of its verbal system. This study is conducted in a project, a print project about contact-induced language change in minority languages in Italy. Just 2 words about Sinti for the ones who doesn't share a Romani background. Sinti dialects are Romani dialects they are new Indo-Aryan dialects which are spoken in Europe since almost a millennium. Sinti dialects in particular are spread in the orange zone I traced in this map, and they are part of the northwestern group of Romani dialects. They share conservative morphological features, and they present some innovation in verbal morphology, so they are grouped together dialectologically. Another important feature of Sinti, which is diagnostic sometimes of Sinti dialects, is that they share strong German lexical stratum, which indicates that the community or the communities at the origin of Sinti dialects may have developed in German-speaking territory. The Piedmontese Sinti is spoken in the area which is highlighted with a red circle. Here we have a zoomed map of the zone. The red points in this map locate the Piedmontese Sinti communities. The black line indicates the border of the area of Lombard Sinti dialect, and the blue circle is the area of French Piedmontese community. The Piedmontese Sinti is an autonym, that is the name the community gives to themselves, and it is also the name they give to their language. These communities have mainly oral tradition, and much of their history is undocumented by internal and external sources. So everything we know about their history, as usual, very usual among Romani-speaking community, is a reconstruction based on linguistic data. In Sinti Panorama, Piedmontese Sinti is a very conservative variety. There are few studies dedicated to these Sinti varieties, and for a long period, French Piedmontese Sinti dialect was believed to be one and the same with Piedmont Sinti dialect. Nonetheless, in the 2 recent studies by Andrea Scala proposed that French Piedmontese Sinti is a transitional variety. Why? Because its morphology, in fact, share certainly innovative and conservative traits with Piedmontese Sinti, so it's basically very similar to Piedmontese Sinti, but it shares also some innovative and conservative traits of Lombard Sinti. So maybe the author proposes that before moving to southern France, French Piedmontese Sinti, what happened? French Piedmontese Sinti. I cannot close this. Okay, thank you. Before moving to the southern French Piedmontese Sinti have lived a long period in Piedmont, but in an area in the eastern part of the Piedmont, in an area which was where contact occurred among Sinti speakers of Piedmont Sinti and Lombard Sinti. Okay, and this this is the area along the black line, and here contacts between those communities still occur. My research is constituted by different kinds of sources. I used all the edited sources at our disposal, which are not very much. We have short tales from 1910 and 1912, which goes back to the second half of 19th century and to the early 1910. Besides, we have 4 tales collected by Formosò in the 80s, and they were collected from an informant called Fernand Dubois, which was settled since the 1960s in the Alpes-Maritimes department. And the main part of this data is collected in a recent fieldwork research I conducted in June 2023 in Le Canet with the same Dubois family in the Alpes-Maritimes. During the fieldwork, we managed to record the complete Romani morphosyntax database questionnaire, which is a questionnaire specifically dedicated to the documentation of Romani dialects and some morphological, phonological, and lexical traits. And it was built by Jaron Matras, Viktor Elchik, and others in 2001, and it encompasses more than 1,000 entries, allowing a general photograph of Romani, of a Romani dialect. And we also collected some monologues and dialogues from 3 speakers. The photograph we obtained, thanks to this initial fieldwork, reflects a variety which is still used by the member of the community for everyday communication. They use also French, a language they both speak with within the community, but also it is the language for the relation with the members of the society in which they are. The repertoire seemed not to show any competence of other Italo or Gallo-Romance dialects anymore. As far as the structure, these dialects exhibit some innovation, and here I will focus on 2 innovations I noted, and which point to an increasing analytic trait of this language. These 2 features are the new future and a new future and a new gerund in brackets. Okay. First of all, I would like to spend 1 minute to just give some context. In these studies, we usually refer to, in Romani studies, we usually refer to Proto-Romani to mention the sum of features which may be attributed to the last common phase of Romani that preceded the nowadays diaspora. This diaspora occurred in the medieval era, and it started in Greek-speaking territory. So after the medieval era, which they conducted in Greek-speaking territory, they split among Europe. There is much discussion about the ways and how this happened. Proto-Romani verbal system is very similar to what we find in Piedmontese Sinti, actually, and was highly synthetic system. We had a majority of finite form and allegedly 2 or 3 non-finite forms. Specifically, we have past participles and gerund. There are 2 possible gerunds, one with imperfective and other with perfective meaning. And okay, we had a past versus non-past opposition, and also a perfective versus imperfective opposition, which is observable only in the past tense. This is just to have a wide view of the situation. Another important feature of Proto-Romani was, which is observable in every Romani dialect, is that they show the Balkan League traits, which is the absence of infinitive and infinitive clause. Romani varieties, in fact, use in its place a finite complement construction, which is made by the complementizer and the subjunctive verb. The majority of Romani dialects also show a dichotomy in the representation of the subordinated events. So the complementizer, according to the value of reality or not reality of the subordinated clause. Actually, you can see an example of this opposition in the early dialects I here added. You have the complementizer che, kai, to represent factual events, and te, the complementizer te, to represent non-factual events. This does not happen, in my opinion, in Piedmontese Sinti. So we have just a complement clause introduced by te. And another situation which I will not deal here because it's a bit complicated, but Proto-Romani had a certain also analytic constructions and used mainly for modal purposes, as still occurs in today's dialects. Modal expression of ability, necessity, and volition are built either with an uninflected form and the complement cause te plus subjunctive, or with an inflected form and the complement clause with te and the subjunctive. This slide shows the Piedmontese verbal system, and this paradigm represents both Piedmontese and Piedmontese Sinti and French variety, okay? You can see it's quite the same as Proto-Romani without the gerund, basically. And looking at the present, you can also see that the present and the future are encoded by the same form. So there is no difference in Piedmontese Sinti and originally also in French Piedmontese Sinti between events which are in the later after the moment of speech and during the moment of speech. Okay. Nonetheless, in the recordings in Le Canet, I found that future events are expressed also by a new form, the sequence of the present tense of the verb già, to go, followed by the subjunctive. For example, you see here the phrase number 1, na già la kerl tatipen cavanial, which means don't, does warmth this summer. So it won't be hot this summer. Or also, you have pescrociavo più ticno, più tardo già la vele barorom. That means his son, the more young, the younger, the youngest, later becomes a great man. He will become a great man. Okay, in the sequences we found, the verb to go is inflected and it exhibits person marking as well as the subjunctive, as you can find in the example 3, which exhibit the third person singular marking, so na già la kerl that we saw before. In the example 4, you have second person singular marking, so si ce ja kai trevangli jayana shavesling, which means if you put here your earrings, you lose them. And in the fifth example, you can see first person singular, Java penav tuminge, etc. I will tell you, so I'm going to tell you, etc. Okay. In such example, the verb to go is not compatible with its lexical meaning of motion. Thus, in the sequences, the lexical meaning is carried by the subjunctive, and the verb to go carries the temporal value. This seems particularly the case for the example like 6 and 7. For example, if we find in the phrase number 6, so devenivava kunteggiava puro, which means what I become when I go, I come, that is a suppletive form for the verb to be, hold. So what will I become when I will be hold? This is surely a temporal value. The verb già carries a temporal value. I will be hold. Okay, as I showed some slides ago, French Piedmontese does not have a future with it is encoded with the present. This situation doesn't have a parallel in Romani, and it appears to replicate the French periphrastic future formed with the verb aller plus the infinitive, which is exemplified by the sequence tu vas tomber. And it's opposite to tu tomberas, that means also you will fall. The French Piedmontese future is a pattern replication of the French periphrastic future. Romani replicated the French sequence of the inflected verb to go plus infinitive with the construction inflected verb to go plus completive clause. The complement clause lacks the complementizer te. This is not strange in French Piedmontese because in these dialects, in sequences like highly grammaticalized modal expression, the complementizer is absent, and so is argumental complement clause, which share the same subject of the main clause of the complementizer. In these sequences, the complementizer is optional. So you have, for example, the highly grammaticalized modal expression with stick jav, I can go with an inflected form and the subjunctive, or the co-referential phrases with kamavate jav, I want that I go, or I won't go. I ask also myself if this feature mirrors the specific meaning of French periphrastic future. Actually, this is a complex question, and French periphrastic future and French simple future had some overlap in distribution. And the main feature of periphrastic future is that the future event encoded by the periphrastic future is anchored to the moment of utterance. So it suggests a near future or an imminent future, whereas the simple future does not imply such reference. For French Piedmontese, more research is needed, but it seems that it only partially feeds the distribution of the periphrastic future in France, in French. So, for example, in the phrase 4, the future event is near and its causes are already active at the moment of the utterance. But in the example 6, being old is not necessarily an imminent condition. At the present state of description, we can say just that French Piedmontese seem to have replicated just a simple future time reference without any further restriction. Another phenomenon which I anticipated before is that French Piedmontese lacks inherited gerund, as almost in every Sinti variety. In the dialects which have lost gerund, usually simultaneity between two events are expressed by mean on coordination or temporal clauses. As you see in this example, you have the first, the coordination, he was washing, she was washing, and she was singing. Or in Lombard Sinti, we have mentre giavelas, which means she was washing the laundry while she was singing. Okay. In French Piedmontese Sinti, we find instead sequences composed by the preposition and followed by a complement clause introduced by complementizer te. This structure was already attested in Formoso Teis and Formoso and Calvel lexicon. For example, we see in 8, Irakli antevelica pe scrosciacolo lacias litrin carbonieri. The girl, in that she comes to her castle, she found 3 coalmen. Okay, this is the structure we found. In that and the subjunctive. The new gerund also occurs in fieldwork research I found in Le Canet. This, as you see, for example, in the phrase number 11, Viaslo caime ante gara velocimoni. He came to me in that he was hiding. Is hiding, actually, with a subjunctive. Okay, this construction is a replication of the French gerund, which is composed by the preposition un and the present participle synchronically, because diachronically it's another question. So, for example, we have the translation of the previous phrase, en chantant, elle avait le linge. En chantant, with the un plus present participle. The French Piedmontese construction may be explained as an integrated replication of the French model. French Piedmontese Sinti replicates the French gerund pattern preposition plus non-finite form to indicate simultaneity with the event of the main clause. But to do so, it also copies some matter of the model language, that is, the preposition un, which is attested in a French Piedmontese Sinti also in other sentences with the locative meaning. Since the new gerund clause are non-argumental clause, the structure of the new gerund mirrors the construction of the French Piedmontese Sinti non-argumental subordinate clauses, which are usually composed by an element, a preposition or an adverb in origin, followed by the complement clause, usual te plus subjunctive. Here are some examples for it. Okay, you see the second one, già savrin avante cuman solte del. Let's go away. Before that, it starts to that rains, actually. Or the first one, kerdeng le saudrom bitera karempale. Without that, they talk to each other. The French Piedmontese Sinti exhibit just two final observations, okay? The French Piedmontese Sinti exhibit innovative linguistic strategies. If we interpret this innovation from a functional perspective, such as the one proposed by Jaron Matras here in Language Contact, if I understand it well, we can see that they serve to enrich the verbal system of the variety. These strategies introduce new structures capable of expressing grammatical meanings that were not originally available in Romani, although such meanings are common and well established in the other languages present in the speaker's repertoire. So, why are these innovations analytical? Why French Piedmontese Sinti replicates just this construction, as Jaron Matras also highlights in Language Contact, introducing the pivot matching model. When bilingual speakers replicate grammatical patterns from another language, this typically depends on their ability to map each element of the model pattern onto specific lexical items in the replica language. There is a mapping. From this perspective, analytical construction appear particularly suited to pattern replication because they are more transparent than the synthetic forms, and analytical forms allow speakers to clearly associate each component with its corresponding or presumed meaning, and this transparency and compositionality make them especially likely to be adopted and imitated. Another more sociolinguistic observation, in a context when a small minority community with strong identity has been in long-term contact with a surrounding majority, and where the two languages involved are lexically distant, another dynamic comes into play. In such situation, issues of language loyalty often centered on the lexicon. The part of the language, because this is a part of the, why? Because this is the part of the language which is immediately perceived as distant, due to this distance, it results most closely related to their identity. As a result, lexical choices may remain conservative, and the attention to boundaries between repertoires could remain high in this respect, while deep structural changes in the language are more likely to occur. From a functional perspective, these changes can also be seen as reducing the speaker's cognitive load. Speakers speaker prioritize preserving identity through lexicon, while allowing more flexibility in more profound domains in the language. So this is the end. These are my references, and I thank you all for the attention, and I'm sorry if I just spoke too much.
So, okay, yeah. So now we have 7 minutes for discussion. Any question? Yes.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I just had a curiosity because you said that you also researched the spoken aspect of the language through 3 speakers by monologues and dialogues. And I saw that one speaker was in his 50s or her 50s and 2 were in their 80s. I was just wondering, did you notice some generational changes? Or because you said it's a very conservative language, so I was wondering if it stays the same throughout the time, or if you notice some changes.
Okay, this is an interesting question. What I say is based on my impression, so it's not really, it's not grounded on measures. But I had the impression that the younger had a difference in a small thing, that in this language there are clitics, subject clitics, and sometimes they have L forms which are older, and just the vowel form which is an innovation. And I think he uses this kind, the innovation more than the older speakers, but I don't, it's just an impression. And he uses also the present, the future with more, with many times. So maybe these are 2 impressions that can help answer your question, your curiosity. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation, very interesting. I was just wondering, it's like this go that becomes kind of a future marker is so general. You find it in all kind of Creole languages, you'll find it in West European languages, right? So maybe it's not a case of pattern replication in that case, right?
It's just so general.
That's, but then of course the question is why they do it. But that's kind of a question everybody has, right?
I mean, we are lucky because we have the comparison with Piedmontese Sinti from Piedmont, and they also introduce new analytical structure to signal aspects, for example, but not this one. So I think it's probable the French, yeah, I agree with you that it is a question about more general tendencies. But here we have the model, which is strong model with a periphrastic future, which is in a high, is spreading throughout French. So we have a very, very spread construction, which is in the repertoire of these people. And yeah, so thank you. I will ask myself if I can trace, maybe in the diachronic, this dialect, it's interesting also because we have the documents from 80s. And then there I didn't find any sure example of this future. So it seems a recent feature. So I don't know. Thank you very much.
Thanks. I just actually wanted to respond to Tonia's and to strengthen your point there, because yes, go grammaticalizes as future tense in many languages around the world, but in Europe we have it clustering in French, Spanish, English, and perhaps a few more kind of in the West. So in Dutch, okay, it's also, you know, we have it sort of clustering geographically, so you could argue, are these independent developments, or are they somehow connected in a continuum of parameters, as we heard this morning. But for Romani, Julia alluded briefly to the database that some of the data were compared with in Romani dialects, and we have something around, what, 140 and 150 different samples, and there is not a single one in Romani that has that construction. Yeah. So that's the context, and this is the first time I'm hearing this fascinating. I've been looking at Romani for many years, and this is the first time I hear and see examples of this kind of. So I have absolutely no doubt under those circumstances and looking at the context that it's a context that it's a context phenomenon. But I think it's always the question: contact, not contact, contact, internal development. But I think that in that sense, that's where we have to, you know, standardize, conventionalize, or at least think of, you know, what are the guiding indicators. And in this case, again, the documentation work on Romani and the comparison, which Julia started with from the beginning, I think that's the convincing argument. So it was a response rather than a question.
Thank you.
Well done. Very interesting analysis and interesting data.
We have time for one last question.
Yeah, thank you so much for your very interesting talk. I have a very specific question about the difference between factual and non-factual subordinate clauses. And if I understood correctly, there is no such difference in Piedmontese Sinti because they have the same complementizer.
Yes.
Is that correct? Yeah. But we know that there are some other strategies. For instance, in the Scandinavian languages, you can put the negation before or after the verb in order to have more integration in the sentence or more subordination. So, I mean, in the Southern Italian dialects, there are specific complementizer, ca or cu, coming from from Latin, cum or quod, and so on. So are there maybe other strategies, so in the mood of the verb or in the position of the verb, in order to account for this difference between factually introduced subordinate clause and subordinate clause introduced by a non-factual verb? Thank you.
Thank you for this question, because it helps me to elaborate what are my impressions. I also told that before that it seems that this is the only way for the complement clause, but there are also examples with que, which are, in my opinion, borrowed by French, or by maybe it's more probable by Piedmontese Italo-Romance dialect. These I noticed these constructions, but I cannot certainly attribute a more factual meaning to this construction with que. I think that in Piedmontese Sinti, I think if I want to say something that is not certain, I can use the complementizer. But if I want to say that a certain fact is factual, I use coordination. Maybe, I don't know if Yaron, if you have a suggestion, because I don't know if I say Kamavajav, it's I want to go. I don't actually. I don't know if there are. My impression is that you use coordination, so you are forced to use the present tense and not the subjunctive. But it has to be verified because I cannot say it for certain.
Okay, sorry, we ran out of time. We can continue this interesting discussion during the lunch break. I'm sorry for interrupting. And thank you very much to Giulia Meli. Now we go on with our program. We have So we have Mattia Ravera and Alessandro Flecchia presenting a joint paper with Nicola Duberti, Some Grammaticalization in Southwestern Piedmont.
Yes, thank you, Chiara. Good morning, everybody. And first of all, I want to thank you, the organizers of this very interesting and stimulating conference, for accepting our proposal, which in fact was born as a purely dialectological study. But since it involves a very interesting contact area, we asked ourselves if contact could have played a role in the dynamics we will describe. And so, let's see. There is a brief summary of our presentation. And let's start with an introduction. As I said, we investigated a phenomenon of grammaticalization in a contact area between southern Piedmont and northern Liguria, which involves three different dialect groups: Piedmontese and Ligurian, which are Gallo-Italic varieties, and Occitan, which is a Gallo-Roman variety. In all this area, the community repertoire is nowadays characterized by what Berruto called dilalia. That is a situation in which the minority languages and the national language, Italian, are in a distribution with functional differentiation, but not strict compartmentation, in the sense that Italian tends to invade all the linguistic space, because it is normally used in all domains, while the dialects are only employed in the most informal ones. Some data about the sociolinguistic status of these varieties. Both Piedmontese and Occitan are classified as endangered languages by Ethnologue, while strangely Ligurian is classified as institutional, while its real sociolinguistic status is quite the same as the other two languages. So this is the area in which we conducted our investigation. And it's an area characterized by the diffusion of some features. For example, post-verbal or discontinuous negation, as described by Forner, or the partial conservation of S in monosyllabic verbs. Here is an example of discontinuous negation in the Ligurian variety of Briga, which is geographically in Piedmont. And this is also a typologically relevant feature, which is normally excluded from the rest of Liguria, for example. But our research involved two special deixis grammaticalizations, which are widespread in this area. On the one hand, armatin, which etymologically comes from the Latin ad illum matutinum, in the sense of tomorrow morning, and the second is seira or seia, from the Latin seram, with the sense of yesterday evening or yesterday to cur. And our research questions are, on the one hand, if these grammaticalizations are contact related? And on the other, if can this whole area be defined as a grammaticalization area in the sense of Heine and Kuteva? That is, a group of geographically contiguous languages that have undergone the same grammaticalization process as a result of language contact. And so, let's see, Mattia will present the data.
Okay, so we selected 98 data points in Piedmont and Liguria. Data were collected by using a translation task, both by face-to-face interviews and by the employing of social medias, mainly Facebook. Other data comes from linguistic atlases, ICE and ALI. The first phenomenon we investigated is armatin, which comes from the Latin expression ad illum matutinum. Originally, armatin meant that morning or the morning, but now is used to express the temporal concept of tomorrow morning. Here are some examples taken from Piedmontese, Ligurian, and Occitan varieties, such as armaten from the Piedmontese dialect of Pamparato, or lumatin from the Occitan variety of Canosio. In the map, we can see the geographical distribution of this phenomenon. It is mainly widespread across the Occitan-speaking area, but there are also some occurrences in southern Piedmont and in some Alpine Ligurian dialects. The second phenomenon we investigated is seira or seia, which comes from Latin seram, evening. In this evolution, the Latin noun seram has developed into a temporal adverb with two possible meanings: yesterday evening, or more generally, yesterday. In particular, we can find three different types. The first is arseira, from eri plus seram, in the sense of yesterday evening, such as arsera in Vernante Occitan. The second type is seira, with the same meaning of the previous type, such as the Viola Piedmontese dialect, sera. The third type is seira with the meaning of yesterday, such as seia from Triora Ligurian dialect. This type is a diachronical evolution of the second one. Let's now take a closer look at the map. Arsera is a western feature attested in Occitan valleys and in some Piedmontese point in southern Piedmont. Seira, with the meaning of yesterday evening, is typical of some Alpine Ligurian points and of southern Piedmontese valleys. Finally, seira, with the meaning of yesterday, is found in western Liguria and in southeastern Piedmont. In the third area, where seira means yesterday, the dialects followed two possible pathways to express the concept of yesterday evening. In some dialects, seira maintains the meaning of evening, so we can find forms such as seia da seia, literally evening at evening. In other dialects, seira lost the meaning of evening, which was covered by noche, in English, night, the part of the day when people sleep. So we have locutions such as seira noche, literally evening, night.
And now we will discuss how contact could have played a role in these geographical distributions. And it is possible to hypothesize the existence of a grammaticalization area, which is divided into three sub-areas. in the following map, we map together the two grammaticalizations to see how they co-occur in the whole area. And as we can see, there's a first area in which we find Armatin and Arsera. Then a second area in which Armatin, in the sense of tomorrow morning, co-occurs with type 2 Seiram, with the meaning of yesterday evening. And then there is a third area, which is the dark green one, in which we can, as we can say, there is only Seira with the type 3 with the meaning of yesterday. Let's say that there's no co-occurrence of Armatin and type 3 Seiram. So in all the varieties in which Seira has undergone all the grammaticalization process towards the meaning of yesterday, there is never the presence of Armatin in the sense of tomorrow morning. Let's take a broader look to the whole Romance, yes, thank you, the Romance area, and looking at data from central and southern Italy, we can claim that Seiram for yesterday could actually represent a conservation of a pre-existing feature shared by numerous Italo-Romance varieties, later replaced by Italian loanword ieri. Here is a map based on Atlas's data from AIS and Ali, in which we can see the distribution of type 2, Sera with the meaning of yesterday evening in central and southern Italy. And this hypothesis seems to be confirmed by the fact that in our area, in our contact area, the outcomes of Latin heri are often subjected to heavy phonetic reduction, and all these varieties do not possess the form of the Italian loanword at all. For example, in Violese, yesterday is e, and not ier, like in other Piedmontese varieties. And now take a look to the Atlas linguistique de la France, and the following situation emerges, where type 1, heri plus seram, is attested in several Franc dialects, in particular in the south of the region. So we can claim that type 1, Arsera, which is diffused mainly in the Occitan valleys of Piedmont, could represent an innovation shared with French, although it is also attested in some Sardinian dialects. Conversely, Piedmontese and Ligurian type 2, Seira, with the meaning of yesterday evening, can be interpreted as the Italian type. And its conservation in this area is a unicum in the northern Italian dialects. Obviously, if we assume that all of this can be a conservation of a pre-existing state, but however, it could be a common innovation, but it's a unicum in northern Italian dialects, and this probably due to the contact with the Occitan area, so we can call it a kind of conservation through contact. Type 3 is an innovation which probably started in Liguria and then spread to southern Piedmont due to contact. Following this hypothesis and working on Petrarco Siccardi intuition about the role of Albenga, which is in Liguria, as a radiating innovation center for the spread of other features, we can say that from Liguria, this innovation spread to Piedmont. And with a context perspective, how we can define this process. So obviously, the reference work is the one of Heine and Kuteva about grammaticalization and contact. And we can isolate three dynamics of interest. On the one hand, on the very right of the scheme, which is taken from a recent work, we find polysemy copying with, that in fact coincides with what, for example, Jaron Matras called pattern replication. On the other, on the left of the scheme, we find contact-induced grammaticalization, which is divided by Heine and Kuteva into two types. Ordinary contact-induced grammaticalization, where speakers of the replica language do not replicate the entire process of grammaticalization, but only the outcome category using autochthonous material. On the other side, we find replica grammaticalization, in which speakers of the recipient language replicate the whole process of grammaticalization. Sometimes is quite often, is very difficult to distinguish between these two types. Category, not the process. So sometimes it's quite indescribable, and it's quite difficult to distinguish between contact-induced grammaticalization and polysemy copying in some situations, because the two processes are very similar. Here, there's an example of temporal deixis pattern replication taken not from our area, but an area of northwestern Italy and Roman Switzerland, where the word duman, which originally means tomorrow, acquires the meaning of morning. Data comes from the IES Atlas, as an effect, we suppose, of the contact with German. So in this case, it is not the grammaticalization process which is copied, obviously, but a scheme, so it's a pattern replication. In German, the word morgen means morning, but always tomorrow. So this pattern is replicated into Latin and Roman varieties, taken not the word etymologically for morning, but the one for tomorrow. So it's a kind of degrammaticalization, because the word for tomorrow, demain, is can to be employed in the sense of morning, and this is the area that we individuated working on the IES. So, briefly, using this classification, we can hypothesize that Piedmontese type 3, Seram as the meaning of yesterday, fits in the category of ordinary contact-induced grammaticalization. It is possible that Piedmontese dialects replicated the outcome category. As I said, it is probably an innovation which was born in Liguria, using Piedmontese material. As illustrated, this process often has some consequences on the system, leading to this semantic shift of noche, originally night, towards the meaning of evening. On the other side, armatin, as in the sense of tomorrow morning, is an innovation probably originated in Occitan varieties, and which then spread to Piedmontese and Ligurian dialects. Interestingly, as I said, we didn't find any case of co-occurrences between armatin as tomorrow morning and type 3 seram as yesterday. And we can conclude that the presence of armatin in the system established a parallelism with seram or arsera in the sense of yesterday evening, preventing the further evolution from type 2 to type 3. And this is, again, the map with the three areas. So, in conclusion, data shows the diffusion of two temporal grammaticalization in a contact area. It's not always simple to categorize these processes, but the fact is that probably language contact played a role both in the diffusion or non-diffusion of this grammaticalization, and also in the conservation of them in all the three dialectal groups, Piedmontese, Ligurian, and Occitan. And this contact area with the shared features can also be described as a grammaticalization area. And as a final remark, I want to say that dialectal and atlases data represents a great resource for the study of contact-related phenomena, in the sense that we can often reconstruct a past situation in which contact was frequent between these communities, speaking languages which nowadays are spoken by a very minority of the population of the area, in a sociolinguistic setting in which Italian is gaining more and more space in the community repertoire at the expense of the local minority languages. So I hope you appreciated this brief trip into dialectology, and here are some references, and thank you all for your attention.
So thank you very much. We have now 10 minutes for discussion.
Thank you very much for this, for your presentation. I think it's a very nice study on the lexical semantic changes, also a kind of univerbation features of these words under dialect conditions and how it's spread and so on. But I would be careful calling it grammaticalization, as the question is really what is the grammatical function that these items have turned into, because a typical case of grammaticalization, you need a category or something. Of course, you could say if it turns into an adverb, it could be a kind of decategorialization from a syntactic structure to a word, but basically this is the dispute: is it lexicalization or is it grammaticalization? So I would be careful with that, calling it clear grammaticalization. So maybe you should have a look at Traugott and Brinton's book on lexicalization to see how you can really define it, and then you have to define the type of grammatical area or what kind of grammatical function it has turned into. But generally it's a nice study in terms of dialectology and contact and so on. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your observation. Yes, you're right, because it's not very simple to define these phenomena, but we employed the term grammaticalization referring to the fact that seram, which is etymologically a substantive, a noun, in type 2 is still is a noun, but also an adverb, while in type 3 can to be an adverb, and the meaning of evening is now covered by another noun. So I think, at least in this case, we can speak of grammaticalization. No, maybe I'm wrong. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I was just wondering why the Piedmontese and the Occitan is considered endangered while the Ligurian is considered institutional, and also what do you mean with institutional, like that it's taught in schools, or what do you mean?
No, well, This is, I don't know why Ethnologue classified Ligurian as institutional. It's a level which means that the language is used in education, in the public administration, for the laws, for legislative purposes, for example. But the reality is that it is not. Yes, maybe it's most endangered than Piedmontese. So I don't know why. I really don't know, because the real situation is very different from the one described by Ethnologue, for Ligurian, obviously.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I was very surprised by the meaning of Sarah with yesterday, because there is the same pattern in Cimbrian, so in a Germanic variety spoken in northern Italy, and this is Nechta. And Nechta, the meaning of Nechta is yesterday in the evening. Okay. But of course, this is more an adverb, and you can see that because the substantive is Nacht, but Nechta is yesterday evening. And I was told that this should be very, very old, because in the Germanic, let's say, understanding of the word, the days were counted with the nights and not with the day. So I don't know if this is correct or not, but in Cimbrian you get this adverb, and you can see that this is an adverb. So it's maybe a pattern of grammaticalization, I would say. So it's just a comment. Thank you.
No, thank you very much.
Also in Turin Occitan, we have Noche with the meaning of yesterday evening. So it's the same as...
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. My question is about negation. So you started with the example of pre and post verbal negation.
Yes.
Have you guys done also a study about that phenomenon and how it's spread out in the region as well? I'm just curious. Yeah, thank you.
Well, post-verbal negation is widespread in all Piedmontese varieties. It's the norm, both with pa and with nen. But this continuous negation is typical of this area, and not all this area, but of the Ligurian varieties of this area, and of some Piedmontese varieties. For example, the Piedmontese varieties of Cairo Montenotte, which geographically, administratively, it's located in Liguria, and was described by Mayer Perry in her grammatics. Yes. So there's, we can say this continuous negation is quite typical of this area. Yes. Thank you.
Okay, so I have a question. At the end of your presentation, you say that Italian is entering more and more in the speech of the communities. Do you can already report some phenomena? For example, in one of your data, I saw the adverb mentre. No?
No, I think
no,
I think it was.
No,
Yeah,
I mixed
no,
it up.
but
Yes.
anyway.
But can you tell something about this?
Yeah.
If there is also good switching, something like this?
Yes, actually I work on this theme in my PhD project. I'm working on this, on the contact between dialects, Piedmontese dialects, and the Italian language. And first of all, obviously, all people I interviewed which in the dialect are also speak Italian language, so they are bilingual. And what I found is that there's a heavy influence of Italian on these varieties. I'm speaking of Piedmontese dialects, both in morphology and especially in syntax. And code switching and core mixing are very, very frequent. I registered a translation task and also semi-spontaneous speech. And also other people from very rural places, when speak in the local dialect, also use the Italian loanwords or insert sentences in Italian. So the contact is very, very heavy. And in the case of younger people, younger speakers, we can say that for some of them, that they have a fragmentary competence of the dialect, in the dialects, and we can describe them as semi-speakers of the dialect, in a situation that is maybe describable as heritage speakers in their own country, because the situation is that of attrition, language attrition in the new generations of dialect speakers. Yes.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Sorry, one more question, and then we go further.
I have found out maybe why Ligurian is considered institutional, whereas Piemontese is not. I looked up the page of Ethnologue, and they say that Ligurian is official language in Monaco, in the form of, what is the name? They have a variety of Ligurian, so that is the reason why I think.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. The question of the classification of Monegasco is not undebated, however. So, yes, thank you very much.
Thank you again. And now we have the speech by Marco Barone. Marco Barone is giving a presentation seeking internal reasons for prosodic transfer failure, the emergence of rising boundaries in Pescara Italian and Abruzzese polar questions.
Okay, thank you for granting me the chance of being here, to the organizers and to you. So we're going to talk about intonation, like a situation of international contact and change in the city of Pescara. For those of you who haven't been to Pescara yet, let's go to the beach. You know, this is my hometown. It is the Abruzzo's main seashore city, and historically it always belonged to the Kingdom of Naples, so it's southern Italy. It's the uppermost part of southern Italy on the eastern side. And also linguistically, the dialetto, we can say the Italo-Romance language, which is original from Pescara, belongs to the Adriatic subgroup or Eastern Abruzzese subgroup of the main southern family, different from L'Aquila. For instance, the province of L'Aquila is like midway between central dialecti, that's not correct, central Italo-Romance languages, it's southern ones. But Pescara is just southern, okay? So it's almost understandable with Neapolitan, but not with standard Italian, for those who are not from the place. Okay, so in the Pescara repertoire, we have the Abruzzese and Italian, which is the language of instruction since the unification of Italy. And they are in a relation of the Gloscia, which was called Dilalia also. And the variety of Abruzzese, which is spoken in the city of Pescara, we're referring to it as Pescarese. And it's mainly oral. There is little writing of it. Whereas Italian entered Pescara, as many parts of Italy, as a written language, and constructed its own way of pronouncing, local way of pronouncing, little by little, with the teachers and molded, we can say, on the Pescarese, perhaps, and we're going to see that in the international module also. So the status of Pescarese can be addressed as critically endangered. We have no longer living monolinguals. The native speakers of the language are scarce, and everybody understands Italian, and a few people, you know, the last living generation perhaps can speak and understand the Pescarese, the Abruzzese. And myself, I have recorded in 2012 8 Pescarese speakers, 5 of which have deceased by now. So the last areas of preservation of the Pescarese language are 3 neighborhoods, the 2 close into the two shores of the river, the Borgo Marino and Marina, and a more inwards neighborhood which is called Colli, have resisted more to Italian. And the contact among these 2 varieties is addressed mainly in the intonational sense. So we look at Pescarese with its own intonation, and at Pescara with its way of being pronounced, mainly at the phonetic level. So in our data, we are not concerned with morphosyntactic deviation from standard Italian. Also, our materials are in standard Italian, which is pronounced like Pescara speakers pronounce it. For those of you who don't know intonation, but for everybody, intonation is the use of pitch. It's the phonological use of pitch for differentiating not lexical meaning, but post-lexical meanings, like a sentence from a statement, yes, no question from a WH question, and pragmatics, you know, obviousness, surprise, doubt, and some informational structure such as focus. So we have a signifier, which is the melodic contour, the so-called intonational contour, and the meaning is a sentence type, basically. We have a correspondence between intonational contours and pragmatic sentence types, which can be coded. Generally, it is coded in the rightmost stressed syllable of the sentence, which is called nuclear syllable, and at the end of it, and is made of an interpolation of tonal targets. Okay, so we have 2 basic movements that give us the pragmatic of the sentence, which are called nuclear pitch accent and boundary tones, and there is a system of labeling and intonation which is very widespread by our community of intonational researchers, which is called TOBI, tone and break indices system, which captures the labeling, what is relevant for pragmatics in the names that it gives to the pitch accents and boundary tones. Like in this example, we have H plus L stars, which means that we have a pretonic high target moving towards a low target in the last tonic syllable. And at the boundary, at the rightmost edge of the sentence, we have a small movement from a low to a mid, like that exclamation mark plus H means medium, okay, boundary tone. And this pattern signals a specific pragmatic, okay? In this case, we have a counter-expectational yes-no question in the variety of Brazilian Portuguese spoken in Belo Horizonte, okay? And we have, on the side of the signified, we have lots of sentence types, which can be represented by different international contours, like broad focus statements, statement of the obvious, yes, no, exclamative question, imperative, command, and vocative call, and so on. So initially, in the first studies, only on English and then only on Spanish, the intonation has been treated as universal, but we discover more and more that it is actually conventional, and that according to the language and the variety, we have a different way of marking the same sentence type with intonation, although some sentence types tend to show tendencies of being associated to specific contours, like declaratives used to be falling, okay, and so on. There is many studies of regional documentations which have attributed the shape, the variation to substratum languages, but in the Italian context and in the Romance context, more in general, there has been little attention drawn to the substratum, the contact with the substratum, okay? And so we have on one side the signifier, and this is little scheme, which is this H star plus L, L plus H star H, and this means a confirmation seeking question. But wait a minute, in which language? Okay, so this is in the Tetum spoken in East Timor, right? And we can hear something. I already see it's going to be difficult to understand this. So let's go to Pescara Italian, which is probably easier to understand, and we have this correspondence of a contour with the sentence type. Once more. Okay, we have a problem here. The sentence is I mandarini, tangerines, as an answer to a question, to a WH question. And this means narrow, non-contrastive focus, but it's been cut. Let's try again. The beginning was cut. I think somebody is trying to play it for me. Okay. This is just an example, right? So we're going to look only at yes, no information-seeking questions, that is polar questions with no bias of a positive or negative answer, which have the same, in Italian, they have the same syntactic structure as a statement, so intonation is crucial in distinguishing them from statements, and it's one of the sentence types that shows the highest variation across languages, and also that is more prone to accommodation and change in contact situations because it's a listener-oriented sentence type. You need an information from the other interlocutor, so you're going to accommodate to them. Only in Italy, all those shapes, like 9 contours, different contours in 13 varieties documented, have been found for this sentence type. And our hypothesis is that international patterns used in Pescarese are going to be transferred during the construction of the oral local variety of Italian into Italian. But our question is, to what extent? Is this transfer complete? Total? So we're going to use a methodology which is called discourse completion task, where we introduce a situation to the speaker, like you enter a fruit shop and ask for almonds, or for tangerines, that's another one. And we expect them to react by uttering a question, a yes-no question. Do you have almonds? Do you have tangerines? Okay, we do this with native speakers of Pescarese and native speakers of Italian from Pescara, of course. So native speakers from Pescara are 14, divided into 2 groups, whereas Pescarese speakers are only 6, and they can only answer orally, okay? So we have less data from them, basically. And they can only give spontaneous renditions and not read target renditions. So in Italian, our sentence, our target sentence are avete delle mandorle? Okay, so do you have some almonds? Whereas in Pescarese, we found that nobody says just the verb and the object. They always put either a polar marker, chi tenete le mandorle? Okay, so this chi may be translated as perchance. It's not only a functional complementizer, it also has a lexical content. It's like acaso in Spanish. Okay, so that's why I put a comma, and we see it intonationally. And the other way is li tenete le mandorle, where li is a cataphoric proclitic pronoun referring to le mandorle. Okay. So we write here polar marker and object third person. So the thing is, how do we put the Pescarese intonational structure on a longer sentence into how do we adapt it to an Italian structure, which is shorter? Don't we lose information? So how do we make up with the information that we're going to lose? And this is with mandarini, the other sentence with tangerines, okay? Avete dei mandarini, same thing. Chi tenete li mandarini and li tenete li mandarini. So in Pescarese, the key structure has only one way of being pronounced. Again? Chi tenete le mandarini. So we have a rise on chi, an accent on chi, and an accent on the nuclear word mandarini, and a low boundary. There's just low boundaries in Pescarese. And the second strategy has no rise, no accent on li, crucially. Li tenete, li mandorle. But the verb is accented, tenete. You can see that the frequency goes up. I'll try it. Li tenete, li mandorle. It's cut. I don't know why. Anyways, when we switch to Italian, is that 5 minutes to the 20 minutes or to the 30 minutes? Is that 5 to the 20 or to the 30? Okay. When we move to Italian, in the case of an accented verb, which would correspond to the li solution, okay, to the proclitic pronoun solution, we have the same counter, okay, basically. It is completely transferred. Okay, so we have 2 accents and on the verb, on the nucleus, and a low boundary. But this contour is only used by the older speakers and just by one young speaker. But still, it exists, okay? We can show a comparison. doesn't play it all. Avete i mandarini? Okay. But still, most contours have a rising boundary. Can you see here? The right hand. I mandarini. Okay, so this is new in Italian. But still, it exists. They exist with a low boundary. But most of them have a rising boundary. So when we go with the solution of the de-accented verb, which is the one which would correspond to the pescarese, che avete i mandarini, we have that only one rendition, and this is the one which mentions the word che in local Italian, corresponding to the chi, okay? Have a low to medium. Whereas all sentences that don't display the polar marker, like the way standard Italian is, have a rising boundary. Again. Okay, so rising boundary, avete delle mandorle, rising boundary, rising boundary. Okay, this can be explained partly by the influence of Rome, which has a rising boundary. But we have to seek other reasons. So one of them I came up by looking at the rest of the documentation is that the contrastive focus statements, that is, another sentence type, has exactly the same contour of the pescarese with the initial part cut off. So if the contour of the pescarese question would have transferred identically to the question without the polar marker, that would be confused with a contrastive focus statement. Okay, I can play it. Voglio I limoni. Okay, so it's a high to medium fall in the nucleus and a low boundary. And it's exactly how the sentence, the question would have become if it hadn't acquired the rising boundary for the accented verb type. So what happens? We have the key situation and the least situation where we don't know what to transfer the intonational pattern on the first word because there's no corresponding word. So what happens? For the key, if we leave the low boundary as it is, that would become ambiguous. So what does the change mechanism do? It invents a rising boundary. Whereas for the lead type situation, since the lead does not contain a contour, an accent, we don't have that ambiguity, and we can have a more stable configuration that has lasted some, half a generation perhaps, but then it has modified to the rising boundary, perhaps by analogy and still by the influence of Rome, and by the feeling that there is some information somehow to compensate, like maybe only the segmental part of it, okay, and not the suprasegmental. So in the two accent strategies, we have three forces concurring in the arisal of the rising boundary, which are standardization from Rome, a need of compensation, and ambiguity caused by the contrastive focus, okay? And we have a quick and full replacement, whereas when we have only two forces concurring in the boundary arisal, we have a more stable, so we don't have the ambiguity contribution, we have a more stable configuration that has been able to last in some speakers for a generation, and a slower replacement, so a slower change. So we have an asymmetry due to the ambiguity, the finding of the ambiguity. So what's the moral of the story? First of all, intonational change is not only externally motivated. We have found an inner structure which looks at the whole intonational system. The avoidance of ambiguity can be a functional trigger of change, And if we didn't document the contrastive focus statements, we couldn't make this discovery. So, since many international studies only document one sentence type, okay, we recommend that the researchers always document the full international system and then perhaps present just one by one, but that they be aware of the whole system in order to make hypotheses. Thank you very much. I leave the references here for those who want to know more about intonation.
So thank you very much, Marco. We have now enough time for questions.
Thank you very much, Marco, for your presentation. My question is more out of curiosity. Was there a large period of bilingualism between Pescarese and Pescarese Italian? How did that work? And if you think that also that had an effect into this phenomenon? Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so we have a diastratic variation on one side because there are two classes of people somehow, or like, it's kind of gradual, but there are people who coexist in the same generation and are dialect L1, and people who are Italophonists, say, okay, so L1 Italian. I myself, I grew up in a family who spoke Italian to me, but my grandparents mainly spoke and dominated dialect, but like my colleagues, some colleagues of mine were dialectophones, and my uncle, an uncle of mine, so I always understood dialect, and it's, you know, you have this coexistence, this shift of, you know, what is generational, and what is diastratical. So it's a curious combination. But now, by now, even the more, the people who are less close to instruction and that they have grown up in a dialect-speaking family have disappeared.
Thank you for your presentation. I hope I'm not wrong, but I've read that in recent years, Pescarese is being very influenced by, especially by the dialect of Bari, because of many students that come from the region of Puglia, especially from Bari. Do you know anything about it? Because depending on your answer, I might have a second question.
Okay, this has perhaps had an impact on the generation following the young people I interviewed. I can point out one thing. The contour H star plus L was found in, of the city document, it was found in Rome and in Bari, but not in Naples, for instance, which belongs to the same genetic family at the segmental level.
Yeah, that's why I was asking, because then I was wondering if this feature also of the high intonation at the end or downwards was also present in Barese, and if it might also be influenced.
Yeah, it's the same Bari, Roma, and Pescara as it is now.
Ah, okay.
But it's more like this feature has asked permission to get in, you know? You have many forces. It was not only Rome. I quoted Rome because it's the more likely to have been a standardization tendency, since it's the capital, it's the media influence center, but Bari too. That's just Rome and Bari.
So I have one observation, or maybe two, about this chi li tenete le mandele. Okay. Yeah. We also say it in L'Aquila something similar. So che. I believe it is a quite widespread feature of of Middle South Italy, maybe. But yes, it has lexical content, of course. But I always thought that it is like an ellipsis construction of something like, is it the case that you have the almonds? So this would be my interpretation, more syntactical.
This is very interesting, actually. you don't say che avete le mandorle, as if it were, is it true that you have almonds or something like that, as if it were just a complementizer, you know? You say che, you put an accent, and also you put a pitch accent and a phrase accent at the end of it. Che, reset the baseline. And intonation tells you that this is more than just a complementizer who was born up there. It's something that arose, like with that syntactic content that from VP climbs to IP and CP. And that's why I translated it as perchance, as a caso. It's pronounced with the same intonation as mica. Mica avete delle mandorle? So you have a pause. And mica has content, has lexical content, right? So that's, you know, that's my personal consideration about it. That's why I put a comma after it.
Yeah. And the second observation was li tenete le mandorle, yes? Something like this. Is this li a topic, actually? Li tenete le mandorle?
Le tenete?
This looks like kind of topic construction.
Yeah, it introduces a cataphorical in a referent which is going to be explicit later, but it anticipates it.
Okay.
And it's pretty southern. I think it's all of southern varieties of, it's just not just Pescara. And in Pescara Italian we can actually say le avete le mandorle, as we can say che avete le mandorle. But in my task, almost nobody said che when interviewed in Italian. That's why I didn't have those data.
Thank you. And another question now?
Yes, I'm not sure if I overheard something, but so the Pescara Italian is some sort of regional variety, or so is it influenced, is it the Rome influenced standard variety, or what? Sociolinguistically, how do you classify this Pescara Italian? Is it a sub-variety of its own? This is one question. And then just a technical, detailed question, which has nothing to do with the right-hand boundary tone, but in the spectrograms, I'm wondering why you only insert the right boundaries and not the left boundaries. Is there a reason for that?
Okay. From the end, the left boundary is not relevant to pragmatics. The left boundary is very characterized and very systematic, for instance, in French, you know, whereas in the Italian languages, I don't have initial accents. I have initial, like in pitch accents on the first word, you know, like in key, but I couldn't find a relevant, you know, initial boundary. Okay, so the final, the boundary tone, the rightmost boundary tone is actually relevant to distinguish pragmatics in many situations. Okay, so that's why it's phonological and why it deserves a label. As to Pescara Italian, we can say that Pescara Italian is the way Pescara is spoken. I can hear so cascato instead of with a double K, so cascato instead of so cascato, which is pescarese. And it's not Italian, so sono caduto. We can hear ancora lo faccio instead of non l'ho ancora fatto. That would be Pescara Italian. Okay, but my Pescara Italian for this task amounts to segmental standard Italian because the questionnaire was written in standard Italian, only pronounced with the phonetic features and suprasegmental and the intonational features of Pescara. So it's like the intonational variety of standard Italian spoken in Pescara, with some exceptions, because some sentences were elicited spontaneously. First, I asked them to answer spontaneously. And then you can hear some che, something very pescarese at the segmental level. And then they were asked to pronounce the target sentence, which was padronized, which was like the same one, and it was in standard Italian. And so they read it with a Pescara accent. but it was standard Italian. So half of it is granted standard Italian. And the rest of it ended up to be almost all standard Italian at the segmental level.
So thank you very much, Marco.
Thank you.
And so we are late, of course. What do we want to do? Un quarto. So we will start again at 2:15, 2:15. Is it okay? So thank you very much, and sorry for this delay. Today it's like this.
Okay, we are arriving at the last part of our conference. This is the last session, and I'm very glad to welcome Henning Radke from the University of Amsterdam, who will give a talk about orthographic variation in a trilingual context situation, and we will discover which languages are involved in this situation. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Salve signore e signori, sono lieto di intervenire a questa grande conferenza. Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time in my life I just spoke Italian, and I do not know whether or not I followed all the rules correctly, but maybe in this particular setting it doesn't matter that much. But I can picture a lot of different settings in which rules are very important. You need to follow these rules because of people's expectations, opinions, or perceptions, etc. So we can conclude, and this is not the end of my talk, but still we can conclude that language, the history, the story of language and rules is a story of constant struggle. And quite coincidentally, this is the topic of today's talk. So let's have a look at some rules that are out there and maybe even in here. So some common rules. Follow official spelling conventions. Apply correct grammar. Use the appropriate register. Don't mix languages, etc., etc. Well, we've all been dealing with prescriptivism, whether we like it or not. It is out there. The question is, and I think we already know the answer, do humans always obey these rules? Do they always stick to the rules? And I see people saying no, of course not. And I want to give you a short glimpse into the German Namibian diaspora. So Namibians, people who grew up in Namibia in a German-speaking environment in southern Africa, who migrated to Germany for work, to study, etc., etc. How do they communicate on Facebook? And please keep in mind, do not mix your languages. Let's see what they do. German-Namibian dialogue. Number 1, user 1 says, Miskin, perhaps, vielleicht, maybe, it's raining. Ich suche einen Fleck für Namsa. Bitte melden. Number 2 replies and says, vielleicht bin ich nur dumm or so, but can you please be so nett and tell me was Namsa ist? I've been trying to figure it out, aber trotzdem, I have no idea. Then number 1 says, you're a cake, Google Namsa. And number 2 says, okay, buy a donkey. So you see 3 different languages are involved here, Afrikaans, English, and German. And it is expected that everyone more or less understands these 3 languages and can reply to it. And this is the case we are going to deal with. Of course, code switching is the opposite of do not mix your language. So we can refer to this Namibian-specific language practice as Naamdeutsch, Namibian German, which is, you figured it already, a non-standard contact variety of the German language, shaped by various borrowings of linguistic units and structures from Afrikaans and English, and to a small extent also indigenous languages we have to mention. One researcher, and he's been mentioned many times already, who is not a prescriptivist, was Peter Moesken. And if you look at these trilingual situations, the question pops up, can Moesken's bilingual optimization strategies be applied to these trilingual cases, and what implications does it have? And of course, you might have figured it already, we are going to examine this through the example of orthographic variation. In case you forgot, I'll give you a short reminder. These are the 4 strategies Moesken proposes. maximize structural coherence of the first language or the second language, match between L1 and L2, or rely on universal principles. And he claims that this is a unified model of language contact. If it is, indeed, it should also be applicable to orthographic variation. So here there's a slightly different representation. So how does the application to orthography looks like in the German Namibian case? Well, first of all, if you have a loan word incorporated into the German matrix language, you would say on the orthographic level it is orthographically integrated into German. The opposite would be, to keep the conventions of the source language. You could also say you have both variants, that occur in the text, or as a universal principle, I propose a phonetic or a hybrid spelling convention. To give you some example from the corpus I collected, der Pleck war lecker, great. So here you see the CK is German convention, no problem, but it is taken from Afrikaans because a venue in standard German, European standard German, cannot be lecker. It is impossible, right? Food can be lecker. A person can be lecker, which has a slightly sexual connotation to it, but a venue cannot be lecker. So it is influenced, it is taken from Afrikaans and integrated into German. Then we have the opposite case. Eben ein Stück gegessen, alter Schwede, das war lecker with a KK, that is the Afrikaans convention. Both variants can occur. Erst haben wir lecker gegessen, German, and dann haben wir das leckere Wetter genossen. Then we enjoyed the lovely weather with a KK. And phonetic or hybrid spellings occur as well. Das Wetter ist lecker, or das Wetter ist lecker. So here you have the A representing like an informal way of pronouncing the word. So the question is, do these strategies apply to all loan words, to the whole corpus? And this is what I did in order to find out the answer. I collected 2 corpora actually from 2 Facebook groups, Namibianer in Deutschland, Namibians in Germany, and NAMSA, which is a shortcut for Namibia and South Africa. So this is an annual event in Germany where all the Namibians, German-speaking Namibians and South Africans meet. Number of members of these groups, approximately 1,200 in each group and more than 8,000 digital texts. I collected the data. Of course, I asked for permission first. This is how it looks like. So you have extra-linguistic data and you have the output. Then you can, of course, categorize them in a spreadsheet, and you end up with the correlation analysis. On the left-hand side, you have the extra-linguistic data like gender, place of birth, etc. Then you have the post and the comment, the linguistic output, and then you can start, tagging or annotating the corpus. The first question would be, is this only written in standard German, or is there something else going on? And then you can go more in-depth, etc. So the resulting corpus, in total 90,000 tokens, of which are like roughly 10% of English origin. Words like cool or something like this I didn't count, because those are integrated loanwords in the European varieties of German. So it's about the Namibian-specific English words that occur here. And of course Afrikaans as well, so roughly 12% are of non-German Namibian-specific origin. What do the results show? First of Afrikaans, we have almost 30 words with varying orthographic realizations. And the most frequently used words are mooi, beautiful, good, which is a bi-orthographic word, so it has 2 variants. Lekker, we already discovered, with lots of different variants. Bikkie, a bit, also many variants, and auki, dude, quite a few variants as well. And if we look at all these words, starting with lekker, you see that there is some sort of continuum, starting from German to Afrikaans and ending with a hyperphonetic adaptation. So again, we have here the word of lega, which is just written the way it is pronounced. And then we can get slowly more into the Afrikaans direction with the 1K, a double K, but still an A. And then we have here the standard Afrikaans version. Es ist lecker kalt in Deutschland. And we end up with fully integrated words. So we have this continuum, and that can be placed in different corners of Möskens' model, in a way. So if we look at the application of the orthography, we see that this works very well. If we continue with English, then there's an interesting contrast. Well, first of all, we see that we have some tokens, some words that that come with different variants as well, like yes, thanks, please, Jerry-by. We're going to talk about this in a moment, and people. But if we look a little bit closer, we see that the strategies are a bit different. So most loanwords show limited bi-orthographic variation, so there's only 2 variants. Yes has such bi-orthographic character with the Y and the J, so 19 occurrences. Well, that's all right, why not? If we look further, like is a bit different, disappointing. We only have 3 words that deviate from the English convention, and they are written as you can see here. And if we look at things, please, and people, we will be very much disappointed because there is variation, but this is not contact-induced variation. This is just chat language, right? The X and leaving out different vowels, etc. So this is not the kind of variation we tried to look for. So we can conclude from this first observation that English is quite oriented towards the standard. At least this is the impression. Whereas Afrikaans is much less. And it becomes even more apparent if we look, or if we consider the fact that English appears about 5.5 times more often in the corpus than Afrikaans, right? Remember, we had 2% and 10%. That was the percentage. Yet Afrikaans loanwords show greater orthographic variation, whereas English origin words, they often retained in their, or they kept their original spelling. Possible explanation, Afrikaans bears a lower normativity in the German-Namibian context, so it is adapted more often to the local communicative needs, whereas English not so much on the orthographic level, of course, that's what we're talking about. There are 2 exceptions, and this is interesting. So we have 2 English words with a high degree of orthographic variability. They behave as if they were Afrikaans words on the orthographic level. Does anyone have an idea which word that could be? I hear silence. Okay, that's good. Sorry? Almost, yeah. I'll give you the word Jerry-by, we haven't talked about yet. We're talking about, and all right. And all right is interesting because it is an accepted loanword or accepted word within all the 3 languages, German, English, and Afrikaans. So we just find all the conventions that come from Afrikaans, from English, and from German. Because the community is trilingual, so it is easy, like from a cognitive point of view, just to draw on this word, and you see all right with a double A, L here, but English-oriented, and to the right one, all right, well, this is Afrikaans, how you would say it and how you would write it in Afrikaans. Monolingual speech. But there's one word that is left, and this is Jerry-by. And my question to you is, what could that word possibly mean? I see a lot of people saying no. Nobody wants to have a guess. I'll show you. It's a new word for the term Germany. So Jerry-by coming from German, right? And bay, well, the German bay in a way, Jerry-by. And it's interesting if you look at the degree of variability that this word conveys. So we have a more English spelling style, and that goes towards a more Afrikaans spelling style, and we end up with a hyperphonetic adaptation in German. And this is what I want to show you now. So we have Jerry first. This is the slang, the Namendeutsch slang for German. And you say that even a real German who once migrated and became part of the community would label himself as Jerry, right? But this is the way you would write the English word Tom and Jerry. Why not? Jerry-by. Here you see with the G, which could also be considered English because German and Jerry, well, that is English way. Jerry by, that's Afrikaans again, the double A, and the IE at the end of Jerry, that is very much Afrikaans. Jerry Fontaine, well, this has nothing to do with orthographic variation, but I found it interesting. It's word formation, and it takes the toponym Fontaine, like in Bloemfontein in South Africa. We have lots of toponyms, you know. So you see that people are very creative with this word. Then we come to the hyperphonetic adaptation, Jerry by with the D, J, representing like a slightly ironic way of how Germans would pronounce this word. And we end up with a hyperphonetic adaptation in German with the umlaut and the SCH. So you see that here people are playing with the Germanness in a way. And the question is, and again I'm asking you, why do you think this word exhibits such a high degree of variability within this community? What's going on here? You're not being used to ask questions. Sorry? Creativity, but it could be any other word. Why? What's happening here? What are they sort of conveying with these terms? Don't keep in mind they are born and raised in Namibia, very far away from, and they're German speaking, so they were always like labeled and referred to as the Germans, right? So it is a huge part of their identity, right? It is a huge part of their identity. And this Germany, so far away, right? What is it? What is it like? And then people go there, and of course there they are not the Germans, there they are the Namibians from Africa, right? Someone wants to say something? Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely, absolutely. So it's part of their identity, and they kind of negotiate their position, they reposition themselves, and they do it also in a fun way and in a slightly ironic way sometimes, right? Because they are able to speak those three languages, and the Germans, well, maybe not so much, right? So I think that is one possible explanation for this exceptional case, you know, crossing the boundary, and it doesn't really follow the English convention in that sense. So if we look at Afrikaans and English in Naamdeutsch, we can look at the orthographic level, that's what we did, and we can also look at the code switching level, right? What sort of code switching patterns do they apply? And this is what I want to do now, using Moeskin's model and merging these two perspectives into one model. So we have the L1 and L2, I called it L2A part, which is the Afrikaans orthography, and the English orthography, which is certainly coming, you know, from the L2 perspective. So English draws on the source language, conventions of the source language, whereas Afrikaans sort of is open, more open towards hybrid variability and spelling. And if we contrast that with the code switching patterns, you see that Afrikaans usually occurs in the form of an insertion, short chunks, whereas English usually occurs in the form of code switching, longer, like alternation, and this is interesting. So the way of the sort of code switching relates to the orthographic variability of the words that are being used. So it's longer, intercentral code switching, etc., alternation, and it is more oriented towards the source language. You can see this here. Miskin and Plek, just very small, and English, very long, and alternation patterns. And interestingly enough, if you look at Moeskin's general model, it comes very close to what he says, what he looks at when he looks at the factors, the sociolinguistic factors or the sociological factors. So for a language to exhibit the L1, L2 pattern, he says, it needs to be lexically similar. Well, Afrikaans is very much similar on a lexical level to German, and typologically similar as well, through the contact, through the link with Dutch. And a lower normativity, and then that's Afrikaans. And the L2 strategy is usually exhibited in languages with a high prestige and a high L2 proficiency and a large numbers of L2 speak as well English. So it fits perfectly the observation that we did, and we have sort of this hybrid model or this merged model we can see here. Okay, well, I just described this. The last point, we were talking about a trilingual scenario, but I used a bilingual model. So how can we model this in a more general way? So this is the original Moeskin pattern, right? If we have two L2s, which I refer to L2, L2A and 2 L2B, it looks something like this if we wanted to integrate this into one model, right? L1/L2A, L2B, etc., etc. So it becomes more complex, but there are more options. It could also look like this, L2A/L2B, etc., etc. So we need to come up with a different geometrical form, and I think that is an octagon. So if we want to model trilingual situations in general, I think it rather looks like this. L1 and UP stay the same, but then we have sort of different categories that are split up. We have the possibility of the L2A or L2B, or we have the possibility to have these hybrid forms of L21/L2A or L2B, or L2A and L2B, or the whole range of sets. So I think these are the theoretically possible patterns we can encounter. It's a little bit less complex, but I think it might work. I haven't done much more research on it yet, but I think this is what it could look like if we extend the model to trilingual situations. And with that, I would say, yes, it works. And we saw how orthography expresses identity, also conveys covert and overt prestige. We can combine different phenomena, that is also for sure, and the model gets quite complex in trilingual situations, but it works. And with this conclusion, I leave you alone and say thank you very much, Baie Danki und vielen Dank.
Thank you very much, Henning. Yes, the first question.
Thank you very much. It's a very interesting and entertaining paper. I'm just wondering, given that the amount of Afrikaans is so much less than English, could part of the use of Afrikaans in German be assimilated to their use of Afrikaans in Namibian English?
Oh, that's interesting. So I haven't done research on English. Anne Schröder is one of the leading experts who investigates Namibian English. Just based on my observations, when I hear them speak English, I would say that they pretty much speak South African Namibian Standard English with some loan words, loan constructions, etc., also morphic syntactic patterns that are established within the South African and Namibian context. I would say that Namibian German differs from, or this sort of Namendeutsch really differs from the way they speak English. It's much more mixed in a way. And there is a disbalance between Afrikaans and English, that's for sure. Afrikaans and German have been in contact for much longer, since the late 19th century. And English has only been a real factor since 1990, when Namibia became independent. And now it is the sole official language, so that kind of triggered, of course, prompted more prestige. And you can still see it that some people, not so much within the German community, but other communities, since Afrikaans has been around for so long, they struggle still with English, right? It is the official language, but if you speak Afrikaans with some people of non-European descent, they might be relieved because they can express themselves much more clearly. But I think the German community is sort of on the way to be more oriented towards English because of the shift that happened in 1990. And so you can see that the older generation, who are like 60, whatever, they would use more Afrikaans loanwords and more Afrikaans constructions. So there's a shift going on, yes, for sure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there other questions?
Hi, thank you. Very interesting talk. Not something I'm working on myself. I have a question on the language acquisition. So you speak of L1 and L2 in your model. How does that look like in terms of when is which language acquired and how is it acquired? Maybe you can quickly say something on that.
Yes, a very interesting question. I could have presented another talk on this. I did that just for the sake of, well, first of all, most of them, they would refer to them as being German, and that's their identity, and German is their first language. There are a few cases, or some cases, where it's not quite clear. I would say, oh, Afrikaans and German are my two L1s or something. Something I didn't bring up here, but of course you could model it differently. Say you have L1A and L1B, and then you have L2, and then you come up with a different octagon or whatever. So yeah, it is even more complex than I did here. The reason why I did it is really because I think there is a sort of, within the community there's a sort of normativity that says we speak German at home, most of them, and they define themselves as being German, and then they would speak English. But indeed in contact scenarios, and especially in non-European contact scenarios, I think sometimes it is not possible to say what's your L1. Well, I avoided the term mother tongue, that even then people would tell you what their mother's language is. So it is complex. But yeah, so the other case of, like, theoretical case of saying you have two L1s and one L2, it's possible as well. So if you were to give a holistic model of these trilingual scenarios, you should definitely take this into consideration as well. I agree.
Are there other questions left? No? So thank you again very much. And we now should have a talk online, if that works. Oh yes, wonderful. Can you hear me, Sarah? I think they are just working on the connection. Yes, here she is. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, wonderful.
Can you hear me too?
Yes, and now we can hear you too. Wonderful. So I'm very happy to present Sarah Josephine Schäfer, or Sarah Josephine Schäfer.
Is absolutely fine.
Okay, with her talk, POV, MIWAN, and BFF. I don't know if that's the right way to pronounce these abbreviations. The use of English and German professionally produced youth media memes. And you can start your presentation. Thank you.
Great. Can you all see my slides?
Yes.
Okay. Right. Okay, excellent. Okay, first of all, hello everyone. It's hard to, of course, see you now being online and stuff, but it's great to be here, so thank you very much for allowing me to talk to you today about my topics in my presentation. I will be looking into how English words and phrases, also known as Anglicisms, how they are used in meme and video captions. Yes, exactly, professionally produced youth radio media in Germany. And I will be looking into online English reading work of a youth radio station and explaining a minute what exactly that means. For my analysis, I will examine different facilitating factors, such as, for example, word length, lexical field, pragmatic and semantic reasons, and also diachronic development of the pragmatic value of Anglicisms. And I will also do a comparison with my findings from the online corpus with a previous study that I've undertaken on factors that influence use of English in radio stations, which is the self-advertisement of radio stations. And for this I examined 6 German and contemporary radio stations. So they played a little different kind of music and each a bit of more attack audience. But it's interesting to have a look at comparison. Okay, so it's working. It's right. Yeah. Okay. So what exactly are image building practices? You may wonder. So for multimedia organization like my youth radio station, image building work mainly comprises on-air and online promotion. So for on-air promotion, you would, for example, have something like jingles, or you would have something like the station ID that kind of, tries to promote the station, and events organized by the station and stuff like that. And then for online, what you would have is you would have the station's website, social media platforms where this image building work usually happens in the form of news and videos. And this is what we're going to be looking at today. Now, just to give you a bit of a context, the study that I will be presenting today is actually part of a larger MCA project that is now coming to an end this June. And with this idea, I'm going to use language and try to reach the adequately linguistically diverse audiences. And rather than merely looking into their text, which has previously been done quite frequently in this area of research, I'm interested in maintaining sort of the perspective of the actual language users, so the perspective of the journalists. And for this, I undertook linguistic ethnography at the radio station. And then studied observation and the journalist's workplace, we looked into how they are communicating with each other, how they produce content. I did online ethnography of the station's Instagram page. I also did 20 qualitative interviews with journalists at the radio station. And I was there from October 2023 to May 2024. And so I got a really great insight into that newsroom. I also observed journalists individually. So I looked into on-air and online working practices, promotion practices, and it was really great to get an insight, first-hand insight into how they're actually coming. As part of this, I also did a trans-textual analysis and of course of media messages and stuff like that. But what we will be focusing on today is that I was also corpus analysis of linguistic diversity that was evident there, and this is of course a topic in Germany that is very much something that has to do with English. So how sort of English is used, as I said, this is what I did. I looked into that, and I combined this with my academic findings. So it's a combination of the corpus analysis rooted in the larger linguistic framework. Okay, now. The Instagram data, and just to give you some more information on that, I compiled amounted to approximately 12,200 tokens of text, and for the analysis of the captions, I applied a definition of Anglicisms that closely resembles German language conceptions. So I searched approximately to identify words that won't be presented in English, and for the remaining word forms that were unmarked, that seemed to be related to English, I used several reference works for etymological information. What I excluded were long translations, pronouns, and internationalisms, and then I categorized all Anglicisms according to the typology of core Anglicisms. And if you're not familiar with this, what this basically means is I looked into borderings, so loan words obviously pseudo-Anglicisms, which are very interesting in German because they're popular in German using English textbook material, and it's unknown to non-speakers of English, and a very popular example is handy, so mobile in German. And I also looked into hybrid Anglicisms, which contain both German and English lexical material, and they're drawn in the process of word formation, such as, for example, the Anglicism streaming, service. And I also included sibling borrowings, which are other Anglicisms and single word code switches. For the quantitative analysis, then I counted these core Anglicisms, and I excluded multi-word code switches as Anglicisms, and I counted Anglicisms and types of tokens core Anglicisms. Now, because the study is a kind of corpus-assisted ethnographic study, I used only descriptive statistics to support my qualitative findings. Okay, another thing that's important here in terms of what I was kind of looking for in the analysis when we were talking about facilitating factors is I also applied reasonable and inference distinction between characteristic and non-characteristic loanwords. And this categorization distinguishes between loanwords that function as unmarked standard terms. So that would be here on my slide with some examples, characteristic loans. And then we have also words that have near equivalence in the receptive language, and therefore they adopt an additional pragmatic value, additional pragmatic meaning for their characteristic loans. For this analysis, I stacked emphasis and basis of all compounds and hybrids, and then to identify the equivalence for those non-characteristic bases, I used German reference works again, and I'm an L1 German speaker as well. So, yeah. Since I'm not characteristic anglicisms, that's another interesting thing after the diacritic evolution. So they partly lose their markedness in German language and become pragmatically unmarked. So they kind of function as default terms in German. I also tested each non-characteristic anglicism for such diacritic development. And examples of such anglicism would be FOB in German that has a lot of anglicisms markers. Okay, let's have a look at the now, starting with frequency and types of anglicisms. Okay, so the sample of micro-native meanings and real simultaneous are set approximately 12,000 tokens of text and their captions, in which I found the anglicisms identified in different types, as you can see on my slide, and in addition, the focus contains 6,500 switches. The overall frequency of anglicisms was 5.34 units of meaning per words, which is higher than in other recent studies of the use of English and online data, such as, for example, codes, and what needed determined an average of 1.5% of anglicisms in this corpus of random languages that we put together. Okay, now, in terms of pragmatic value, as sort of refers to possibly facilitating factor, more than 2/3 of anglicism bases in the instruction corpus are non-characteristic, as you can see on my slide. And this is similar to the results for additive radio station imaging. As I said, I compared the two each other, and we showed 66.7% of non-characteristic types. However, the radio station imaging corpus showed more tokens per type of non-characteristic anglicism than the instrument corpus. And you may wonder why this is the case. So radio is an auditory only medium, and we pitch it at different times. So what I discovered is that repetition is a key component of additive radio imaging. So as I said, jiggles or in station IDs, where jobs repetitively use non-characteristic anglicisms for attracting attention and for creating destination attention. From observation then, and interviews at the youth radio station, it became evident in comparison that the youth radio journalists really use images and videos on social media as live lectures for enrichment purposes. So that kind of makes repetition less relevant for online language building. Okay, the use of non-characteristic anglicisms that are positive and markers in the instrument corpus also indicates that a loss of additional magnetic value does continue to constrain the use online. So it's hard to see on my slide. There are slightly more tokens per type for non-characteristic anglicisms that have lost their markers. So 3.1 tokens per type, and with those that are 2.2 tokens per type. For radio station imaging results indicate actually quite the reverse. So non-characteristic anglicisms with diachronic development show fewer tokens. Overall, the results of this indicate is that radio journalists don't focus so much on using pragmatically marked terms online. One of the journalists, their observation is telling me that they'd rather use terms that are part of the audience in live words or adopted from public use. So they're not focusing very much on this, which is very different to station imaging, radio station imaging. So the less repetition of non-anglicisms online, as I said before, can also contribute to medium's characteristics. So online communications, visual, audiovisual, and non-transient, so repetition, as I said, is not relevant. And there's therefore also flexible variation in the online corpus, and in my previous radio corpus, with 3 times as many different anglicism bases used online This also seems to be due to the number of different topics discussed online. Okay, so next we look at lexical fields, and I will show topical areas relevant to English here. Okay, so for this analysis, what I did is I looked in which lexical fields local cultural flows are most influential. So where, in which lexical fields do we find different words that are common in different areas that can have an impact on the language that they're using. And so most of the anglicisms that I found in these corpus I categorized into lexical fields, media, communication, entertainment, general language, and multi-language leisure. As you can see on my slide, and these lexical fields contain many anglicisms related to core interests in the station's audience. So, kind of happening in their life worlds, like social media trends, relationships, partying, work as language issues. And the prominence of anglicisms from the top fields, so media, communication, entertainment, is of course in this case not surprising, but it emphasizes how important cultural flows of global social media trends and media consumption of stations' Instagram content. And this also becomes evident from a high number of incipient borrowings that I found, so novel anglicisms related to social media trends. And then for fields of general language and lifestyle and leisure, it's also noticeable that a range of English nouns were used to refer to family members, social contacts, or people that consider their relationship status. And examples include the anglicisms friend, for example, or crush and pet. And was a study done also by Senna and Ireland and they reported a similar use of English teaching terms actually in person reference nouns in Dutch and Newfoundland language. So this use of English seems to be connected to wider cultural flows of social media communication. Besides the three top lexical fields, the use of anglicisms from other fields was rather limited. And given that I looked at online communities radio station, particularly the low figures for music and dance, as a lexical field are a little unexpected. So the only frequent anglicism based in this category actually was song that I found with 13 topics. And overall, there's very little mention actually of the station's radio office on the Instagram page. And again, here an observation, one of the editors on the editor team actually told me that their online content is not meant to provide a platform for promoting the radio program. So, in contrast, the lexical fields music, dance, and journalism dominated the level of radio. So when you talk about knowledge, of course, there and what they have to offer on radio, but for online, it didn't have any effect. It wasn't important. Yeah, so then on radio was related to the image, music, and service. Okay. Another finding was that media communication and entertainment contains or contained a considerably larger proportion of categorized anglicisms than the other two top relevant fields. So a high number of these anglicism leximes, actually 43 types out of 56, are again media and social media related terms. And so to conclude, on the one hand, it seems that journalists have more of a choice to use these terms, these English terms, when they refer to topics of global social media culture. And this was also confirmed by some of the interviewees and my observations. And then on the other hand, as it also became evident during observation, using these categorized anglicisms is also beneficial for the station's image. So because such anglicisms have been adopted from sort of the global media scape together with new cultural concepts, there are journalists and the stations who sort of express their content's connection to these global cultural flows and trends, in particular through categorized incipient borrowings, novel concepts that are coming to different general language. For work and categorized anglicisms and their possible general equivalents on Instagram, the results are somewhat ambiguous. On the one hand, there are also examples for everything radio station imaging. There are only a few base anglicism types that are longer than their German equivalents. minutes, and they are considerably more terms that are shorter as they are equivalent, as you can see in table 2. Like for radio station imaging, this indicates that in a way a common expression might be relevant for use in online. In addition, abbreviations such as POV were more frequently used on an emphasis basis than the radio station imaging materials. In this context, I was actually also told by one of the online journals that abbreviations are not only a feature of course, social media jargon, but also the language of the development agency. When we then consider the total frequency of anglicisms going for length, it seems that anglicisms which are equal in length are used more frequently online. In contrast to radio station imaging, shorter anglicism bases show the highest total frequency. And one possible reason for this is that on-air language needs to be catchier, it needs to be shorter to keep up with listener attention, and in addition, youth radio journals said that brevity is more relevant in the context of the time constraints that they would have on radio rather than. In some findings indicate that length is not necessarily a decisive factor for the use of English online. Again, it rather seems to be important to journalists to adhere to the online journal community, which is supported by a few notable exceptions. The Instagram posts that I found that are actually longer than the journal.
You should come to a conclusion.
I should already, okay, good. Okay. And very briefly, for semantic reasons, I just wanted to summarize a few things that I was kind of told by the journalists. But what came evident definitely is that they, during field work, that they were very much talking with in English very much with each other, so we use quite a lot of anglicisms or even through code switches and stuff like that. And so this more extensive use of English is also evident in instrument corpus, which contain more complex syntactic structures of English and novel anglicisms than the other contemporary corpus. In the online corpus, for example, 45 novel anglicism types amounting to 140 tokens, compared to 200 types of tokens in adult contemporary radio imaging. And I had also included 3 different multiple code switches where radio imaging were absolutely not. And yeah, so that was one thing that I wanted to say. And then, as I was also talking about the radio journalists, like contemporary radio comprehension is important to them to produce music reels and audio shows. They're careful not to use a term that is easy to understand the message may not be understood. And on top of achieving comprehensibility, it became further evident from observation that radio journalists are specifically hired to have the same patient interests of their target audience. So, and to me, it hardly ever happens that somebody's actually complaining about anglicisms, which, was not the case for the radio. Very quickly then, as I said before, most anglicism types of the online books are primarily marked, but the interviews have really looked at, as I said before, that it's not actually that important. For example, the use primarily marked anglicism in the contemporary radio corpus was hit. So, read song hit, and in the online corpus it occurred once. And one of the journalists then kind of explained to me that hit, means when you use the radio, it means to tell people want to receive this tool, whereas in the radio you would rather rely on the online receives as trending. So there's a difference there. So it doesn't really depend on the pragmatic value. There are other things that are also important. And then, last but not least, concerning other semantic reasons, lexical variations often been identified, for example, as a really functional anglicisms, as my findings have shown. Variation, however, seems to be only partially relevant in the context of stations online content. So, in contrast again to on-air imaging, only some anglicisms are used interchangeably with the German counterparts. And then again indicates that these German equivalents are sometimes also perceived as inappropriate and addressing this level of audience. Okay, and this is basically, I don't know how long I have. Is that probably 10 seconds? First time over.
No, come, yes, you can finish, obviously.
Okay, so I just wanted to summarize quickly again, as you can see on my slide, the most important points. So the results show that pragmatic markers does not seem to be as relevant online as radio station imaging. whether an anglicism is chosen for online communication or depends on whether it's regarded as used in the radio station's online community. The brevity of expression findings show that while most anglicisms are shorter, in Germany equivalents, there seems to be no particular focus on using shorter anglicisms as a radio station continuum. The relative shortness of an anglicism is therefore not necessarily a decisive factor. Words used online and, like in the case of recommended harmless, but rather as important to journalists to together to, as I said, the online jargon of the community. Then for lexical field, as I said, the group catch entertainment was unsurprisingly contained the highest number of anglicisms. However, when we took a closer look, it showed that it has a high number of anglicisms that have no gender equivalents, or a considerable number of these lexicons are media and social media related terms, which allow journalists to show their context connection with culture flows. And then for semantic reasons, I was told that journalists conveying modernity seems to be important, but what's much more important when they talk about anglicisms and conveying modernity is that novel anglicisms in particular come with codes, which is not much more sort of their new identity marker and expressing an identity marker than the standard established anglicisms would be. So that's again in contrast to echo contemporary. And so, yeah, overall, it was really like this that the motivations and attitudes were completely different for the use of anglicisms by the radio station and the echo contemporary station, shaped by the cultural environment of the station, the target audience, the image they should have, and stuff like that. So it was quite interesting to get this insider view behind the scenes to see how this all is coming together and how they're actually communicating and how the work actually end up being included in their text. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So if there are questions for Sarah Schäfer, I would ask you to come here so Sarah can see you, actually. Is that possible? Are there questions? Maybe I will start with one question. Is it very likely that these lexical innovations and loanwords will be passed over to a more general language or not? And now you can't see me anymore.
Yeah, that's a very good question. Thank you very much. Yes, I mean, for sure. I think that what I found out definitely showed a tendency towards how media language is changing at the moment, especially when we think about all the switches that we used and stuff like that. So it's very different. It looks very, very different from what you would hear from a more contemporary kind of audience between 25 to 49 years of age. So I definitely think that there are a lot of words from social media jargon from the internet that will definitely make it into our everyday language. Now, of course, there are some words that will remain maybe more or less something that's more used in the context of media communication. But I think that definitely shows that there is a change and that there is, that we have, of course, hybridization, linguistic hybridization. There's definitely a trend by the younger generation to kind of use more English and also use that in communication purposes, of course, in media.
Thank you. Other questions? It doesn't seem so, so we thank you again very much. And hopefully you can stay, and you can stay just for one more talk and listen to our last talk. I'm asking for our next and last speaker to come up. This is a joint work of Sabina Fontana and Gabriella Ardita, but Sabina is not here, so we are welcoming Gabriella Ardita. She is given a talk about mouthing as an intermodal contact in Italian, LIS interpreting. So a sign language, the Italian sign language, a qualitative study on deaf signers' perceptions. Please.
Thank you. I admit it's so difficult to conclude such an intense and rich conference. Well, I have a question for you. During COVID pandemic, did you notice the small window in the right part of the screen when there was the nude broadcasting? I'm sure you have become familiar with the interpreter when she or he was translating the news, right? And I think that the first thing that comes to your mind is that she or he moves her or his hands. Yet, if you look closely, the mouth is moving too. And that silent movement is exactly where spoken Italian and Italian Sign Language come into contact. Italian Sign Language is abbreviated into the acronym LIS. So today I share some results regarding a qualitative study I conducted with my supervisor, Professor Sabina Fontana, on how deaf signers perceive mouthing in LIS translation. So since our theoretical framework is a sociosemiotic and cognitive one, I think it's very useful to present, introduce the deaf signing community, its bimodal bilingualism and social-linguistic diversity. Then I will describe what mouthing is and explain how it is viewed both in academia and by deaf signers themselves. And then I'll present this research. So, let's start. All deaf signers are bimodal bilinguals, so they use both Italian and LIS with different competencies and attitudes towards both languages. And this social-linguistic heterogeneity stems from the fact that most deaf people come from hearing families. So LIS is typically acquired at different ages and often through peer interaction. In Italy, before 1977, all deaf children used to attend special schools where LIS was stigmatized. Then, thanks to the advancements in research, LIS awareness has increased. Today, LIS is an official language recognized by Italy in 2021. However, LIS is still not explicitly taught at school. So young signers continue to show different levels of metalinguistic awareness and language attitudes towards both LIS and Italian. So this is the context. Sign languages uses both manual and body components, including mouth actions. These mouth actions can be divided into mouth gestures and mouthing. On the one hand, we have mouth gestures that involve movements of the lips, but sometimes also the cheeks. As we can see from this first example on the left, that represents the sign for impossible, and it's this. This is a mouth gesture. But today we are going to focus on the other phenomenon, which is called mouthing, that instead refers to silent mouth movements that resemble the articulation of spoken words. In this example, the LIS sign for wife, moglie, is co-occurring with the silent Italian word moglie. So it could be this. The functions of mouth gestures have been well described at different linguistic levels, but for mouthing, that's not the case, even though it is attested as a more pervasive phenomenon in all sign languages. Focusing on mouthing in LIS, although it comes from spoken Italian, it shows typical features. First one, it may show Italian morphological inflection, like in lavorano, so we have the plural morpheme lavorano at the end. But in most cases, it adapts into the sign language system. So for example, verbs appear in infinitive form or past participle. Second, often mouthing is reduced to the most visible part of the word, like in lavo or l. So this reduction is not predictable, so the same word may appear in different reduced form. Number 3, mouthing usually co-occurs with lexical signs, and it's synchronized with the manual timing. And finally, it also spreads to close functional signs like pronouns. For example, if I sign this one, look at me. Here we have the mouthing lavoro that spreads on 2 signs, the lexical sign for work and the pronoun they. So we have this sort of spreading. Mouthing originates from spoken language contact, of course, yet it displays specific linguistic functions in lists. So it disambiguates signs which are diatopically marked or manual homonyms. So in lists, in this example, we can see the sign for moglie, wife, which is the same at the manual level, and it's disambiguated by the mouthing moglie or marito. So it can also specify the meaning of a sign, and number 3, it also serves as a morphological modifier, as we can see from another example, this one. We have the manual sign that means not notice, and the mouthing forte that conveys the adverbial meaning at all. So at the end, the translation is non si accorge per niente. He doesn't notice it at all. And finally, number 4, mouthing has been described as a prosodic marker and information structure marker on a pragmatic level. So it marks focus, information focus, and contrastive focus, sorry. Okay, given this duplicity of language contact and structural role within Liszt's linguistic system, theoretical positions differ. So on the one hand, some authors have described it as borrowings or code mixing, and other scholars, by recognizing also its peculiarities and its prosodic and pragmatic prominence, have considered it as similar to co-speech gestures in spoken languages. So beyond this ethic level, some research have investigated the perception of mouthing in lists from an emic perspective, and results show that mouthing is perceived as necessary by signers for mutual understanding, with different attitudes depending on language awareness. And interestingly, formal list teaching doesn't take into consideration mouthing. Well, mouthing appears more prominent among hearing interpreters and sign language learners as L2, with more morphological inflection based on spoken language, less reduction, meaning that we have full articulated words, and less spreading. So we have a sign and with a word, a sign with a word, a sign with a word. Sorry. And in Liszt's specifically, mouthing has been found more frequent and morphologically inflected in hearing learners. However, as for Liszt, investigations are still needed in the translation field that represents, of course, a site of contact. Therefore, this study focuses on mouthing in Italian into Liszt's translation from an emic perspective by addressing these research questions. How do deaf Liszt signers perceive mouthing in Liszt translation? Specifically, do the type and frequency of mouthing have an impact on their satisfaction with translation? And do their perceptions differ based on their social linguistic background? In this case, we considered language attitude and awareness, age, education, and role in the deaf community. So data collection involved 3 steps. First, 3 brief video translations were selected from YouTube. They have informative content, but display different mouthing styles. So in the first video, the interpreter uses very few mouthing, sometimes reduced, with narrow mouth opening, and her lips are often closed. In the second one, she uses a lot of mouthing, that follows Italian spoken discourse, meaning that each sign co-occurs with the corresponding Italian word, and it features a wide mouth opening, and some words are also morphologically inflected. In the third video, the interpreter uses clear mouthing as type 2, spreading mouthing as type 1, but we don't observe inflected mouthing. So from now on, I'm going to mention it as balanced type. Then 10 deaf participants were recruited through convenience sampling. They all come from southern Italy, but they have different social linguistic background because their age range from 19 to 86. They show different levels of education. Some went to deaf schools, others to mainstream schools, depending also on the age, of course, and different qualifications. They also show different levels of language awareness, depending on age and age of exposure to LIS. They can have deaf or hearing families and experience in LIS teaching. And finally, their involvement in the deaf community also varies. Some have regular social contact with other deaf people, others also play a more institutional role because they belong to the National Deaf Association. Some have worked as LIS teachers or are also involved in deaf artistic activities. After that, the 3 videos were shown individually during semi-structured interviews that were conducted in LIS by myself, because I am also a sign language interpreter, and then they were recorded on Zoom. First, open-ended questions assessed their comprehension and satisfaction. So some questions were, for instance, in your opinion, which was the clearest one? Which do you prefer? Why? If you were to choose an interpreter between them, who would you choose and why? Only at the end, we elicited their evaluation of mouthing by asking more specific questions, such as focusing on mouthing used by them, which style do you prefer, why? And at the end, personal questions were asked to collect social linguistic information. So we obtained 6 hours of video data, which were translated and transcribed into written Italian, and then data have been analyzed using an ethnographic approach, which was followed also during semi-structured interviews. Okay. So now we are going to look at the main findings. In general, all participants rejected the first video because the lack of mouthing felt unnatural. Videos 2 and 3 were considered clearer thanks to mouthing that ensures understanding, especially in cases of diatopic variation. A few had initially considered video 1, probably because the topic was familiar and the signing rhythm was slower, but then they changed their preference after discussing mouthing. In detail, educational background alone does not seem to impact preferences. However, a clear contrast emerged between the 2 opposite age groups that have also opposite educational experiences. So on the one hand, we have the youngest participants who attended mainstream school, who preferred video 3 with balanced mouthing. In contrast, the oldest participants who attended deaf schools at a time when signing was stigmatized and Italian was considered more prestigious, they chose video 2 with extensive mouthing and visible Italian morphology. However, preferences among middle-aged participants were more varied, suggesting that other social linguistic variables may play a role. So despite some participants choosing video 2, the signing style and mouthing in video 3 were generally described and commented as more typical of deaf signers. And it is interesting to notice that all this perception was shared by all participants except the 3 oldest ones and 1 signer who was first exposed to LIS at age 22. So this confirms that both age and oralist educational background may influence mouthing preferences in Italian direction. Among who perceived video 3 as typical of deaf signing, one participant, despite having received oralist education and being introduced to LIS later in life, is now a LIS teacher. And his linguistic awareness allowed him to recognize that the mouthing in video 3 marks information structure and it's perceived as more formal. So he said, like, the interpreter uses this mouthing to underline key information. The typical features of mouthing style in the third video were also identified by other 3 participants with teaching background. So they expressed preference for the video because they also identified the use of mouth gestures. Among them, the youngest one is also involved in deaf artistic events. And finally, although participants 5 and 6 described the signing style of the third interpreter as reflecting deaf signing, they didn't perceive any differences between the mouthing in video 2 and 3. So this is due to less linguistic awareness. Now, looking at the participants with an active role in the deaf community, they all expressed a stronger satisfaction for video 3. An exception is represented by signer 7, whose different choice likely depends on age and education. He's 72 years old. If we look at signer 5, we realize that having an institutional role does not necessarily guarantee linguistic awareness, because despite preferring video 3, he didn't perceive any differences in terms of mouthing. This suggests that the impact of the role in the community on mouthing perception may be stronger if linked to the other variable of linguistic awareness. So to conclude, answering to the initial research questions, we could say that all participants valued mouthing as a natural component in LIS, as well as in Italian into LIS translation. The frequency of mouthing is relevant for all participants. Also, the type of mouthing has an impact on satisfaction, since the youngest participants and the ones with stronger linguistic awareness preferred the third video over the video 2, because it was perceived as reflecting LIS peculiarities, so featuring spreading mouthing and no Italian morphological inflection. The third point I would like to highlight is that these perceptions vary according to the social-linguistic background. It seems that LIS awareness, together with an active role in the deaf community, lead to a preference for LIS mouthing style, while an old age, together with an oralist education, determine a preference for mouthing that we could define more Italian-oriented. Of course, this study has some limitations. The sample was quite small, so we can't generalize results. Even though the 3 videos all belonged to the informative genre, they differed in background, clothing of interpreters, and speed. So these differences may have influenced participants' preferences, but using real translations videos allowed for more authentic reactions, because otherwise we could have created artificial videos. So future research can explore this topic with larger samples and by designing more controlled comparisons, reducing video differences. These results have both practical and theoretical implications. From a theoretical point of view, the influence of social-linguistic factors adds further support to the idea of mouthing as a form of intermodal contact between sign and speech. And the findings also confirm, from an emic perspective, that mouthing is not just a borrowed element, but a core component of LIS. And looking at applied fields, this data can inform LIS teaching, especially regarding the appropriate use of mouthing according to the social-linguistic diversity of signers. And it is important to train aspiring interpreters to be flexible, so to adapt their mouthing strategies based on different audiences and communicative situations, because community is formed by all signers, not just the youngest one. Or just some signers and not the others. So it's the entire community. So these are our references, and I would like to conclude by introducing our research lab, Multimodality, Gestures, and Signs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that, as I told you yesterday, it's we are really lucky to have had this proposal with a totally different approach, or with a list that we didn't really expect to have a talk about this topic. So we are very glad to have you here.
Thank you.
Are there questions? Everything's so new to us, I think, but maybe Naomi?
I don't really have a question because that was so clear and lovely. I just wanted to compliment you on presenting so much information to us so clearly, and it was a really, really nice study. And if I think of my questions, I'll write to you later.
Thank you.
Okay. Someone else wants to comment or ask something?
Thank you for a wonderful presentation. Apologies if this is an ignorant question, but do you only ever get mouthing and gesturing? Is it possible to have speech, say Italian speech and gesturing at the same time?
Do you mean voiced?
Yeah,
with voice?
Yeah.
Yes, it depends on the situation. I mean, normally when we use Italian Sign Language, we don't use voice, but depending on the context, deaf signers can decide to use also their voice. For example, if they are they are communicating with a hearing person. A hearing person who doesn't sign, who doesn't know sign language. So in this case, yes. They can use also their voice. Sometimes the use of voice depends on language ideologies, because sometimes deaf signers decide consciously not to use their voice because they are so proud of their language, so they want other people, for example, at the restaurant, they want other people to make an effort to understand them, but it's just a matter of ideology, yeah.
Thank you.
So thank you very much for your very interesting presentation. So I wanted to, well, I know that some studies have been done comparing mouthing or deaf languages, I don't know, well, sign languages, sorry, and the syntax, or better, studying the syntax underlying the sign languages, and I found it really, really interesting, although this is not really my field. And in the last years, somebody has started making comparisons of sign languages and Creole languages. I don't know if you heard about it, finding similarities between the two systems. I would like to ask you, do you have any idea, or do you know any studies about the emergence of sign languages?
Okay, well, as for the comparison with Creole, I've heard about it, but I'm not into this topic. As for studies who have that have investigated the emergence of sign language, there is a study about Nicaraguan sign language. Yeah, I can't remember the name now of the author. And as for syntax, there are, research on sign language started in the late 80s, and from that moment on, there have been different studies that have investigated sign language on different linguistic levels, so on a morphological level, on a syntactical level. However, there are like different theoretical perspectives, so I can suggest you two important volumes about grammar of sign language. The first one is edited by Branchini and Mantovan, 2022, so it's very recent, and the other one, from a social semiotic and cognitive perspective, is edited by Volterra and colleague of 2022, yes, in English, and 2019 in Italian. So they contained an overview of different aspects of grammar in sign language from two different perspectives, and yeah, so I can suggest them. I hope I answered.
Yes, thank you. Is there time for another very small point? Okay, because I'm also curious about communities in the countries or in the situations where you do not have an official language or where the state is not so strong and cannot deal with these situations. For example, I know one case when I was doing my field work in Guinea-Bissau Creole. I went to a community of the interior where the state is really almost absent and not taking care of the social situations in general. And I met one deaf person. He wasn't able to speak at all, just doing some sounds but not articulating speech at all because he never learned. But people around him, his family and the community in general, because it was a very small community, they were understanding him and they somehow developed, I would say, a set of gestures, a set of signs in order to communicate with him. And that was really, for me, it was so interesting and so unexpected because I only heard and read something about LIS, which is, I believe, for the whole Italian community.
Mm-hmm.
But I saw this and I found this so interesting, spontaneously emerged.
Yeah, thank you for this example because in literature this phenomenon is usually known as contact signing. I mean, when deaf people and hearing people communicate with each other, they develop a sort of contact signing, which is a sort of mixture of gestures and signs, and there is also home sign. So it's interesting because it highlights like the continuum between gestures that we use as speakers and signs. Of course, there are a lot of differences because signs are structured. They acquire grammatical rules. They follow certain patterns. But at the same time, we have a continuum between signs and gestures because they both comes from concrete experience, from action. So it's very interesting.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you very much again, and yeah, we will.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was the end of our conference, but not quite the end, because now we wanted to introduce a final discussion, and we would like to start this discussion between the three of us from the organizational team, and then hand over this discussion to all of you. And yeah, we are looking forward to getting much input from you and suggestions and comments. So let's start, please.
So we will be very brief. We would just like, as Barbara just told, to have a small dialogue, a small discussion with you, because we had so many incredibly interesting presentations, and thank you very much again for coming here and presenting your researches. And we really, well, want to compare our ideas with yours. Of course, as we said at the beginning of the conference, we three come from different backgrounds, have different interests and career paths. So, of course, we noticed different things. And when we were trying to decide what to propose to you to discuss today, we didn't agree at all. So we just thought, okay, we say what we noticed, and let's see what kind of discussion we may have and what you can contribute. So I start. I see that a common point on most presentations was the attention to the speaker or to the speaker's community in several ways and from different perspectives. This can mean that we have a growing attention to speakers and speakers' communities. This is, I believe, already an ongoing process in linguistics in recent years, but I really noticed this interest your presentations. And for example, in many presentations we heard about ecologies, for example, in the first one, the Yaron presentation, in Tony Spenstra's presentation, but also in researches of Francesca Moro or Marie-Ève Bouchard, and others speaking centrally or taking into account also social factors in their studies, in their descriptions, like for example on Helvetian Portuguese, the study of the transitive construction by Luana Lamberti. I don't know if she's here in this moment. She has left, unfortunately. Or the attention to register effects, the second paper by Tonies, or Piero Visconte, who also proposed to check the awareness of the speakers, or in this last one presentation on sign languages, we also heard about the language attitudes and awareness. So we really have a lot of, I believe, a lot of materials in this direction. And of course we had Eva Sippola's very interesting talk about decoloniality and how the researcher can improve his or her way to deal with the speakers' communities in a more equal way or a more righteous way, trying to understand how the whole centuries of colonialism may have influenced our perspective or our way to deal with the communities we work with. And finally, we also had a lot of attention to awareness of the importance of bilingualism or multilingualisms in schools, for example, in the presentation by Marie-Ève, by Lefterov, or by Martina Oshbot. So I think that we really have a lot of works in this direction. And now, who wants to?
Okay, so I will be very brief. So what struck me in a particular way was, I think, the epistemological questions that were brought up by the different. Do you hear me? By the different contributions. So how can we gather knowledge about the languages and about the linguistic processes we aim to describe and to understand? What are appropriate sources? What are appropriate methods? Do we need a huge amount of data or not? Do we rely on introspection of individual speakers, as in these questionnaires we listened to the results of these studies, or do we need the observation of experts, so of linguists? Yes, and I think that all these issues were particularly evident, so this importance of a meta-perspective on our work was particularly evident in those talks that contained also an overview of a research history, because we saw how important the contemporary linguistic theories or the contemporary ideologies or the contemporary also politics influence the interpretation of data. So, and yes, this was, in my opinion, a very important aspect of most of the talks we listened to.
Yes, maybe what struck me personally most is that I have the impression that language contact in some way challenges the researchers to integrate hybrid forms, hybridity and simultaneity, and of forms, of functions, of identities, and also of languages. What is a language, after all? Are there clear boundaries to say this is a self-contained system, or else do we need to overcome such rigid classifications? And I think that, yeah, some of your talks implied this kind of questions, and the need to to take over to general linguistics those that are the results of contact linguistics. After all, no language is not mixed, so we know that every language is the result of encounters and contacts. And what struck me when I read Weinreich, the first to be said that to have established contact linguistics, he doesn't speak of, or he doesn't define language contact as the contact between language systems, but he says that the contact is between people, so individuals, and speaking different language or different varieties of the same language, or even different versions of the same variety. He says that in his definition. So after all, the contact is at the basis of every communication. So this means that contact is everywhere, and we know that. We have seen that here also. Yeah, so I think everything is contained in this perspective. And we have the illusion of naming. So giving names to languages, to varieties, gives us the illusion to have systems with boundaries, but yeah, it's just an illusion, I think. So that is what I take from this conference. And now it's your turn. I would invite everybody to give comment or reflections. Yeah. So we called you a little bit prepared.
Well, first of all, thank you, organizers, for organizing such a wonderful meeting. We have had very intense, but also very interesting 3 days here. So thank you for pulling together such a wonderful program. For me particularly, it has been very interesting to see the diversity of approaches and languages that have been talked about here. We have had more like dialectal or areal perspectives on issue, social linguistic studies, typological studies, generative syntax, and so on. So very wonderful diversity of approaches that all come together under these themes that you have mentioned. So thank you again. It has been a great pleasure.
also have just a brief comment. I also wanted to thank you for organizing these days. And personally, it was amazing to meet so many different people that gave me so much food for thought on different aspects, different languages, varieties, methodologies, and on topics that I never even considered until now, and that in a way have inspired me to also maybe one day do a research on my own on something that I have of interest. So in general, I just wanted to thank everyone, and you were all very, very inspiring. Thank you.
After all, if you want to share with us some suggestions, comments, or whatever, critiques, or whatever, you can still reach us anytime. Obviously, maybe after thinking it over, you will have other ideas to share. So maybe we have finished? No? Okay.
Maybe I first have to apologize for not having given a paper here and being here like an intruder listening to all these pleasant and interesting papers. And I want to thank you, Barbara, for letting me know about this, this really special conference. I enjoyed it so much, and I'm so happy that there are so many young people working in that field of language contact from many different perspectives, people coming together here. And I haven't known anybody except for by name, some of you or so, but I've made so many friends here, and I've learned a lot, and I'm really happy that this conference, I'm sure it will have a follow-up conference in the following years. I would really wish that this will be continued. Thank you very much.
Maybe in your folder you have found the here, this. That's a reclam for our city tour, and so you can all come at 5 p.m. downstairs, outside the building, in front of the building, and we will leave and have a look and learn something about L'Aquila and its history and its buildings and so on. So I invite you to come with us and discover the city. Okay, thank you very much. I'm so glad to have you out here.